talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you?
Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing? Let me see who we have here. We got a lot to talk about, as always. Welcome, welcome to the program. I guess I don't know what the hell to call it at this point. The shindig, the circus, the clown show, whatever you want to call it. Okay. The Joker Part 2 or whatever. Okay. Though that was pretty bad. If anyone ever saw the second Joker, it was awful, horrific. Lady Gaga should be ashamed of herself. Well, she wasn't bad. The whole, you know what? Whatever. I'm getting off track. So, hello guys. Hello, Sarah F is here. Hello, Sarah. Sarah, so glad you're here. Sarah, a great member of the community here. Love having Sarah around. Sir Bart is here. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Very elegant name you have, Sir Bartholomew. You sounds like you should be like, I don't know, a knight or something. I love it very much, Sir Bartholomew. James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Oh, James Nordoff. James Nordoff is a nice background person. Gotta love having James Nordoff around. So glad you're here, James Nordoff, as always. In Your Groove is here. Hello. Hello. Oh, I guess after. Did I say morning? Did I say morning? I'm sorry. Afternoon. Hello, In Your Groove. So glad you're here, In Your Groove. So glad you're here, as always. Dolly Boy is here. Oh, Dolly Boy. Finally on time for once, Dolly Boy. I don't think I didn't notice the last few days, Dolly Boy. You showed up late, okay? And I was nice enough to not give you a tardy slip. I always give Gwen a tardy slip, and never you, Dolly Boy. Okay. Hello, Dolly Boy. So glad you're here. Gwen said, Gwen, hello, Gwen is here. Gwen is on time, exactly. The trial I'm watching is boring today, just ballistics, which I think is junk science to begin with. I got you, Gwen. Ballistics are interesting. I do see what you mean, though. Yeah, I'd have to look more into it. Hello, Macon. Macon is here. Hello, Macon. Macon. So glad you're here, Macon, as always. Macon's out there making the bacon. With your what software engineering skills, amazing. Okay, Fetty Spaghetti. Hello, slaving for the owning class, by the way. Poor Macon. Anyway, well, Fetty Spaghetti. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. So glad you're here. Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti says, happy so much for 5 days, the Tuesday, right? Yeah, right. Wait, 5 days. Well, wait, I'm sorry, Fetty. What are you referring to exactly? Trump's ultimatum? Okay. Hello, Theodore. Theodore is here. Hello, Theodore. So glad you're here, Theodore. Hope you had a lovely day at work and that you're relaxing right now. I know you are. Okay, I know you are. I'm thinking of you, Theodore. Okay. Gwen, welcome to the court. I prefer the word court. Gwen, you're right. That's a good point. I should call it the court. Welcome to the jester's court, I suppose you could say. Okay. So glad to see you here. Alyssa, of course, so glad you're here, Alyssa. How are things going over there in Missouri, Alyssa? Busy, etc. Busy, very busy with the kids, the hubby, all the other horrible things happening in the world. So glad you're here, Alyssa. Sasha's here. Hello, Sasha. So glad you're here, Sasha. Sasha, who is a Slav and is not white, to emphasize, right, Sasha? As I believe you emphasized. Hello, Sasha. Redmond Berry. Hello, Redmond. Yes, Rococo paintings of court jesters. Yes, I suggested by Watu Bucher or Farinar. Okay, I'll take a look at that, Redmond. I actually don't know many artists who do paint stuff from who paint jesters, so I would look into those. Are you an artist, Redmond? Do you have an art history degree or something? Do you just like art? You seem to know a lot about it. I noticed that since I put up the art yesterday, you seem to be something you're passionate about. I love it. Okay. Um, Hello, Darius. Hello from Houston. Hello, Darius. Glad to see you here from Houston. Uh, how are things going down there in Texas? I'm in Ohio. So, how are things going down there in Texas? How you doing, Darius? Okay, love your name, by the way. Reminds me of Darius, the emperor of Persia, who was a pretty cool guy. I mean, for being the head of an empire, he was a pretty interesting guy historically. But anyway, okay, everyone, we have a lot to talk about, and I wanted to start. Hello, Dubois here. Hello, Dubois. Uh, okay. Hello, Lacroix. Lacroix says, "Hey, CR, when you tell a joke, do you end it with Surely I jest?" Maybe I should start Lacroix. Maybe I should. Okay, I should start saying Surely I jest. Oh, that'd be lovely, Lacroix. Such a good idea, Lacroix. Hello, Lacroix, by the way. And I'm so glad you're here too as well, Dubois. Two French names right next to each other. Lacroix and Dubois. All right. I feel like I'm in, I don't know, Canada in the 1760s or something. Anyway, I don't know why I had to go all the way back to the 1760s. I could just say I'm in France anyway. Okay. Yay, Dubois, Dubois. Well done. Dubois says I asked for a girl's number and I got it. Ho ho, bravo, Dubois. You get a boop, boop. All right. Well done, Dubois. Good job. Okay. All right. So yeah, Dolly Boy, I know, right? Or Quebec, right? I don't know why I randomly said Canada or Quebec. I could have said any other French thing time anyway. Okay. So well done. Everyone needs to be brave like Dubois. Go and ask the girl her phone number. Don't harass her, but ask her. Okay, or the guy, or the non-binary person. Okay, what's it? Is there a different way? I know this is. I sound not woke at all when I say this. Is there a different way to say non-binary person that is easier than saying non-binary person? I think I've heard is NB. Is that the word? I know I sound like a fool and I should know this shit. Uh, but yeah, I was thinking about that and I feel like I'm NB. That is it is MB. I'm right. Okay, it is MB. I thought so. Okay. MB. Yeah, or MB. Okay. So go and ask for that phone number. Don't harass obviously. And you might go, "Okay, got you, Dolly Boy. Thank you guys." I should see. I shouldn't have to ask. I should know this shit. But all right. Yeah. Go and ask, and then if they don't give you their number or they give you a fake number, that's okay. Sometimes things don't work out, and that's a sign you don't want to be with that person. Um. Okay. Dubois. It only took me a while to ask, and she said she was going to ask, but she didn't want to seem needy. Oh, that's cute, Dubois. Okay. See. Okay. She was nervous too. All right, you guys. So I wanted to start today by giving you all a little bit of a pep talk. Okay, as best as I can. And Paul Squaw, gay mafia membership revoked for not knowing about MBs. I know, I know, I know, I know. I did know about it, but it's been a while since I've talked about it with anyone, and I know these things change a lot of the time because, yeah, there's new innovations about how to use different words and stuff. But okay, so MB is still being used. I got you. Okay, if Cody were here, Cody would kill me. I hope Cody is here to hear that and make fun of me. Okay, so I wanted to give you all a little bit of a pep talk here at the beginning, okay? And it won't take too long. But I feel that to some extent I have been failing all of you. Okay? And let me explain why, right? And it's not like I'm not like that much blaming myself, but it's a very dark time right now. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves. It's a very dark time right now. And uh w- unfortunately, no, I wouldn't say unfortunately, but we need to make changes, do we not? We need major reforms. We need some kind of pushback about what's happening in this country and around the world. I don't think we even need to go into that right now. You guys know it, okay? It does not help, however, to constantly linger in pessimism and darkness, all right? I've said this before on stream earlier on. I've said this before. Hello, SoCal Andrewzilla. I've said this before. We need revolutionary optimism. Okay. Whether or not we feel optimistic doesn't mean we can at least try to act optimistic for the sake of others. Why? Because you're not going to be able to inspire people to take action or create um, create a better world unless there is an optimism for it and an idea. Okay, no, no, I know in your groove. Don't worry in your groove. I'm not blaming myself. Okay, I'm not saying like it's all my fault. I have a small community and stuff. It's not like I'm, completely altering the world. But for you guys specifically, right? We need some revolutionary optimism, and I want to make it clear. I know we talk a lot about dark things happening in the world, and we're all surrounded. And I'm also saying this. I've partially failed myself in some ways, in that constantly talking about the negativity and the bad stuff, which is true and reality, right? But I also want you all to know that there is hope, okay? And we need revolutionary optimism. And I know it doesn't sound like it right now, okay? But um uh let me explain. We've talked about all sorts of topics in this community, have we not? We talked about Captain Jack yesterday. We've talked about repressive desublimation, cultural materialism, the Rwandan genocide, fascism, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let's integrate some of those things we've learned. One of the things that I believe, and I've talked to you all about, is that free will isn't really a thing. Now, we can debate that, but at the foundation of that belief is the idea, you know it, Redmondberry, is the idea that human beings are animals and they act based off their environments, their experiences, their brain chemistry, and things like that. Okay. So if we take that as true, okay, so take that as true. Let's also take, just for the sake of argument, that cultural materialism is true, that your material environment creates your cultural system, your ways of thinking, and stuff like that. It basically means, guys, that inevitably, as things get worse for people, okay, and as people suffer, okay, and I know this sounds negative, but it's not really. Change is almost inevitable, right? There is always a possibility for revolutionary change, as long as there is injustice happening, as long as there is suffering going on, as long as things in this country continue to deteriorate, and we can see it every day, can we not? Okay, so even though at any given snapshot of time, things look very dark and bleak, it is also the case that historically, a lot of times major change happens in times you don't unexpect it. It doesn't take much, guys. It does not. Um, it does not take much. All right. So, like, you saw, guys, how in Minnesota we witnessed 2 to 3 people, 2 to 3 people get killed. It got caught on camera, and we saw massive outrage. Now, was it enough to make major change? No, but it was a lot over a few people getting killed. And I know that that sounds like I'm downplaying their deaths, but I'm not. There is always an ability for change to happen, and happen suddenly. Okay, um, and so despite all the negativity and stuff that is true, there is also, I want you guys to know that even if you are not specifically doing anything that you feel is like helping change things, um, I mean, try if you can, but even if you feel like, I wish why am I should be doing more. I should be doing more, but it's really hard. I have to work. I have things I have to worry about. I have things to do. Da, 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 da. It's really hard. I get that. Even if you feel that way, that doesn't mean that things still won't change. Okay. And yeah, LaCroix, you're right. There are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. That is, I forget who said that, but that is, a lot of historians believe that idea. And it's true, okay? So I don't want you guys to lose hope, and I want you to imagine that, okay? I want you to imagine. Thank you, W. W says, Hi, CR. Thanks for hope maxing. Haha. If you want a recommendation for a creator with a pragmatic but hopeful outlook, Ryan Getty has been a breath of fresh air. Check him out. Okay, thank you, W. Sure. All right. Oh, I should have known that, LaQuai. I should have known that was Lennon. Okay. It's giving shock doctrine. Oh God, I hate you, Mazur. Okay, so well, that's actually true, Mazur. So don't lose hope, and remember, we have so many things going for us. Not only here, but in the UK, where a lot of folks in here are living. In Nigeria, where we also have someone living. We have people here from Australia, elsewhere. There is enough food in the world for everyone. There is enough room for everyone. There is enough water for everyone. We have everything we need, okay? We just need to create a society where it works for everyone, okay? We just need to create that society. And especially in the United States, we have an inordinate amount of wealth here. It doesn't belong to you and I, but the future looks really good if we can just get to it, all right? And things can change rapidly without being able to predict it in a short amount of time. Okay. So, yes, we're going to continue to talk about the bad stuff, even though I just said that I failed you. We're going to talk a lot about the bad stuff, but I'm going to try and be better about reminding all of you that things can change. All right. Things can change pretty quickly. And today we're also going to talk a little bit about some of the things you can do to make change, including things like doing a mutual aid. Okay. We'll talk a little bit about mutual aid today. I'll also give you the name of some organizations that you can get involved with if you'd like to engage more on the ground. Um, but I want you all to remember that at the heart of this is a better future. Okay. Better future not only for ourselves, but for our children and for the next generations of human beings. All right. So don't lose hope. Always have revolutionary optimism. Okay. I can promise you that Captain Jack, the native person we learned about yesterday, he and his 53 native warriors were not sitting around dooming every single day. They were actively moving around shooting, okay, if you know what I mean. So try to remember that there is a level of revolutionary optimism that we need, okay? And I know it's hard sometimes to see, I really do. Um, I do also, this is a side note. I recommend that now that the weather is getting better, try to go outside a little bit. Okay. I know this is a stupid thing to recommend, but I know you're going to be like, what? You're talking down to us now. No, I'm like, try to get some sunshine. Try to find some joy in the planet, I guess you could say. You know, do so, help encourage yourself, right? It can be really hard to get caught in these dark mind cycles, and that is disabling. It can make it hard to take action, all right? But always have some revolutionary optimism. As I have said multiple times, and I do at the end of my streams, our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for what we have, and they arguably were in worse situations than we're in, okay? All right. So there we go. All right. I'm done with that. There's a little hope maxing for today, okay? You got to have some revolutionary optimism. All right? Huh, there you go, okay? Anyways, let's go on, you guys. Okay. Anyways, just think about that, okay? Oh, please do, Theodore. I'd love to have some cookies. Thank you. All right. So there you go. So have some revolutionary optimism. And I'm going to begin today's stream, guys, by talking about some of the things you can do, and then we'll get into the news, all right? Happy, what is it, Tuesday, by the way? Happy Tuesday. And then I'll put on the jester hat as soon as I'm done talking about um as soon as I'm done talking about some of these things that you can do. Okay. All right. Yes, I'll be jester maxing. Don't worry about axing here in a moment. But just to show I'm serious, even though you all know I'm not technically serious even now. But okay, I mean, I'm not going to be fully serious, even though I don't have the jester hat on. Okay, so let's talk really fast before we get into today's news stories. Or maybe we should do the news stories first. No, we'll do this first. Okay, let's talk about mutual aid networks. All right, you guys? Mutual aid networks. Maybe we should do the news first. You know what? Let's break it up a bit. Let's do the news first, then we'll get back to the things you can do so that we don't have too much bad shit right after one another and there's some hope mixed in. Correct, Lacroix. The people in charge want you to be a doomer and not do anything because you are feeling hopeless. So having revolutionary optimism is a great form of resistance, 100% Lacroix. As I've said before, guys, there is a whole intellectual superstructure that keeps the system in place. Part of that superstructure is to convince you don't have power or to make you channel your power into things that aren't actually expressions of power, like consumerism, uh, you know, things like that. Okay, forms of resistance that aren't very effective. You need to have optimism that things can change and that we have power to change things. All right. We need to create the reality we want to see to an extent. Okay. The fascists, by the way, do this all the time. And I'm not saying that it makes you a fascist. I'm just saying, remember how I told you fascists have this idea of die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. The world is however I view it to be. And that is not an effective idea, but it does work in that it convinces people that you can create a better society. Now, the solutions that the fascists offer obviously are completely evil and wrong in every single way. But if we actually present real ways to make a society better, imagine that. That's great. Okay. Paul Squaw, it would be interested in streamers' analysis of cat. Yeah. Um, I would have to look more into it, Paul School. I did like Cat Abu Ghazala. We'll take about it, okay? No, not maxing invalid axiom. Okay, I'm saying we should use if they're gonna do that, maybe we should too, but of course in a way that's actually realistic and actually does present solutions that are good for people. And I totally did that on purpose. I totally did that on purpose. That was totally on purpose. Anyway, so already starting off the stream well today, guys. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Once I'm rich and famous and powerful, okay, I will get a new microphone. Okay, I'm not going to be. It's okay. It's fine. All right. Once we have a co-op here, we can vote on getting a new microphone. It'll be fun. Okay. Anyway, moving on. So, all right. Okay. So stay optimistic about the mics, guys. Stay optimistic. Let's go on to some stories. All right. Let's do some stories. Let's do some stories. I feel like I'm about to read a bunch of middle school kids a good night story. Um, Okay. Clavicle max, uh, clavicular max. You say, I bet 1400 no ceasefire. How cooked am I? Clavicular, that is a hard question to answer, honestly. It's like changes every day. Do you mean a ceasefire in Iran? Because I suspect that that is not coming that soon. I think you're more likely to win that bet now than you were. Although, are you using a betting app to do that? Is that like you used a betting app to bet on a ceasefire? Is that what this is about? Um, Also, clavicular is a fool, and I do hope you don't actually engage with that person. But hey, it's up to you. Okay, I got you. Okay. Yes, prediction market got you. Okay. Well, I so okay. I don't think the war. I doubt we will have a ceasefire. Maybe we will. I think it's unlikely, but maybe we will. That being said, I mean, personally, I wouldn't engage in betting on the outcome of a war. But hey, you probably aren't a person of power, so it's not like it's going to influence what you do. But that's up to you. Okay. But if you do want some advice, I would say that yes, it is. I still think that's a fair bet to make. I don't think you're completely screwed yet. Okay, let's put it that way. All right, let's go on, guys. So the war continues. The war continues, and the war continues. I could show you here that okay. Right. So this is I don't even know. Okay. So a few things have happened. First of all, Iran once again has bombarded Israel with missiles, and several hit Tel Aviv, including a missile that had I think it was like a 200-pound explosive in it, which is a very powerful missile. And even Israel admitted that they had not yet seen this kind of missile used against them. Okay. So Iran apparently still has enough missiles of significant power that they haven't even used yet. And they hit Israel with one of these things. Um, Good for them, I guess. All right. Which just is another sign that this war hasn't been going the way that Israel and the United States really want. Cheers for them. Yeah. Boom, boom. Okay. Boom. Okay. So that's a fun thing. Uh, there was a wave of Iranian missiles that targeted Israel and Iraq on Tuesday. Also, the Persian Gulf nations. A bunch of them hit Tel Aviv. Okay, so all right. Again, a lot of bombardment still happening. We have not seen the targeting of energy infrastructure as was promised by both Trump and Iran. Trump said that he want to attack Iranian energy infrastructure, for 5 days. Iran has also not started attacking energy infrastructure in other places. Okay, apart from what happened like last week, so that's continuing. There's also reports coming out that Mohammed Bonesaw bin Salman, okay, is actually pushing Trump to continue the war to take out. So the kingdom's de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has been pushing Trump to continue the war against Iran. So great. I love this. Isn't this great how like the best people in the world are coming together to continue this war? Yeah, yeah. Like Mohammed Bonesaw bin Salman and Netanyahu, the best people. We love them all. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here. Okay, so that's cute. They have a lot of power too. So now we have Israel and Saudi Arabia pressuring our regime to continue the war. And both of them together, yeah, it almost sounds like their interests are convergent in Valid Axiom. So both of them together, that's a lot of political pressure because we basically bow to those two countries. We're their lapdogs. So, that's cute. That's cute. By the way, Iran's UN ambassador has now said today that 1,348 people have been killed in the country since the start of the war. And more than 1,000 people have been killed in Lebanon. Okay, and about 15 people have been killed. Let's see here. At least 15 people have been killed in Iranian strikes on Israel. Oh, poor Israel. What a shame. Okay, and then there are about 13 American soldiers. Oh my God, that's so sad. All right. I mean, death is sad. Death is definitely sad. Okay. Yeah, you come on. We know that, Sir Bart. 99% definitely were civilians because, why not war crimes? That's fun. Um, all right. So good. Death and destruction all around. I feel very bad for, by the way, those soldiers' families. I feel bad for all the civilians' families. No one should be dying. Obviously, obviously, obviously. I don't know what else to say about this. Yeah, exactly. I feel bad for the people, not the states involved. Yeah, I know, but like, it's just okay. Ugh. All right. So the Philippines, by the way, has declared a state of emergency because they're whoopsie, all war crimes has declared a state of emergency because they are no longer have enough fuel to keep things going. And South Korea is urging people to take shorter showers and to avoid charging phones and electric vehicles because they're running out of fuel. Meanwhile, the gas is going back up again. Uh, so even though it went down a little bit, it's still back up above $100 a barrel. It's not as high as it was, but it's still not looking good. How are gas prices around people, by the way, today? How are people's gas prices? And I mean the gas that you put in your car, not the gas you fart. Okay, how are anyone want to share their local gas price? That's fair and valid axiom. I mean, you live in probably a country that has better public transit than America, right? I should be less biased about that. For the people who are forced to drive cars in a very inefficient system of getting around without public transportation in the United States, what are gas prices for you? Mm, Okay, yeah, I thought there you go, invalid axiom. So Fox Emblem, I got reports of a $4 a gallon near me, but it's at the moment it's 379. Got you. Nearing 380. Dear God. Okay. Fetty Spaghetti, northern Minnesota, it's up to 390. It was three less than 2 week. Great. Yeah, dropped 3 cents barely. Six? Seriously, Meowzord? Is that because there's a tax over there in California? Jesus. Okay, 3.69. Ooh, 69. Okay, I mean, not 6.7, whatever. 69 is something else. Okay. So, all right. So that's good. That's still very high gas prices. Sarah, 380. Okay, those are pretty high gas prices. Now, Jesus Christ, body swap. Okay, $6. I can't believe it. All right. So that's good. I'm sure that's great for everyone out there. I'm sure it's not making you struggle even more if you weren't already. Alyssa says 358 at Sam's again was 233 in January. Good. So it's still pretty high out there. It's not as high maybe as it was last week, but it's still high. All right. Meowzord, thanks to Joe Biden's war, right? Meowzord. Okay. So to be clear, that's fun. So obviously there's that too. Obviously, 380 is the highest I've seen. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yep. Okay, I got you, Doug. You drive for work, so you need to know the exact number. So that's good. More shit happening all the time. Love that for us. Apparently, Iran does still have enough weapons to fire at Israel, etc. And we know that they can make about 400 new drones a week. So that's going to continue happening. Right now, the cards are in Iran's hands. Iran has reported, guys, that they have engaged somewhat with talks with the United States, but it's been through intermediaries and it hasn't been direct talks, and they say that they're listening. They're listening to what proposals the United States is granting. So we may have actually been Trump may not have been telling completely a falsehood when he said that they were talking, but it's definitely not direct talks, and it's not like Iran was talking back. They were just listening to proposals. Okay. So that's an interesting thing. And they have said that, they're not going to stop unless they get what they want out of it. And the United States is very unlikely to give them what they want out of it. Okay. So that I this is why I'm pretty sure this war is going to keep going on because also Israel is still going to keep fighting too. It's not like they're going to suddenly stop. So we will see what happens. Okay. Every day the story changes because it's the Trump administration and war is confusing. So, okay. Mm. Sir Bartholomew, life hack 2, don't pay for anything. There you go, Sir Bart. LaQual, life hack 3, scan your widescreen TV as an orange at the Walmart self-checkout. There you go, okay. It's, so it's $6 in England, interesting. Is there a tax there too? Okay, um, yeah, no, so Fox Emblem, Iran actually did come out and say that they haven't had direct talks, but they have been listening to proposals through intermediaries. So that obviously that doesn't mean that they're actually talking with Trump, but they did say that they are listening to proposals. That doesn't mean that they're actually that anything's actually going to be solved. Um, so just because there might be these proposals being proposed and Iran might be listening to them doesn't mean anything's going to change. Okay. But it looks like Trump wasn't fully lying. He was definitely mainly lying. He definitely way overblew it and made it sound like there were direct talks happening when there aren't. It's really just Ron listening to whatever proposals are being sent to it without responding. Okay, so it's a slight difference. Um, okay, exactly, Fox Emblem. Okay, so anyway, that's good. So that's just something I wanted to mention. That's kind of the update I have for you on the war as it goes on. I'm gonna let's look at some other shit here. Uh, boop a doop boop boo. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, national states of emergency. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, there's a bunch of countries coming out and trying to facilitate peace talks. For example, Turkey, Pakistan, because everyone's getting sick of it because it's affecting their countries. That doesn't mean that the war will stop. Basically, all the cards are in Iran's hands. Oh, great. Oh God, Trump spoke with Modi. Who the hell cares? Okay, I can't stand either of them. I'm trying to see if anything else has happened. Oh yes, that was another story. I need to tell you guys that. I gotta tell you guys that. Okay, so let's go on to the next story. I don't see much new there. Let's go here. Where is this shit? Where did I put it? Where did I put this shit? Is it even here? Where'd it go? Am I blind? I might be blind. Here it is. So, yeah, okay. Here is an obvious story that I think not all of us should have expected. Okay, I wish JMac was here. I occasionally will go look at the financial markets, go look at the stock market, like a good old stock trader. Okay, I'll go do that shit. Go look at what the commentators are saying. And did you guys hear the story that right before Trump posted about possible peace talks with Iran, there was a random uptick in trades on the oil bets. So there was about 580 million dollars placed in on oil stocks right before Trump released a statement saying they're going to be talks with Iran. And these bets on oil were all centered around the idea that it was going to shoot up, that the stocks were going to go up, or I should say that the cost of oil was going to go down. Okay. So yeah, do we think that was luck, Invalid Axiom, or do you think someone was doing insider trading and probably someone in the Trump administration told some of their donors or some of their wealthy friends, oh, by the way, it probably said them, oh yeah, we're going to release the statement today, so you might want to bet high on oil because the stocks are about to rise again. That's what it looks like. It looks like some sort of illegal insider trading going on. But come on, guys. Oh, I know. Trust me, Paul Squad. But Nancy Pelosi is horrible at that shit. Okay. But so that's illegal. Yeah, market manipulation. Of course, no one cares, right? I'm sure nothing will happen because Congress still freely trades stocks on the stock market despite having insider knowledge. And like none of them ever get prosecuted, and it's perfectly legal. Even when Congress tried to pass a law that banned stock trading in members of Congress, Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats shot it down. And Nancy Pelosi famously said, well, it's the free market. It's the free market. You can't limit what people do. It's the free market. Even though she is literally one of the wealthiest, one of the best stock traders in the world because of she has all this insider knowledge. Anyway, so a bunch of elites got very rich off of Trump's announcement. Okay. So that's fun. And I'm sure nothing will happen because of that. Though, if we ever get into power, folks, there needs to be an investigation into people doing these stock trades. Okay, so that's good, right? I'm sure. Who here was able to benefit from that? I'm sure all of you got filthy rich from that too, right? I'm sure they were fair about it and made sure everyone had access to that knowledge so that you could benefit from it too. Anyway, and literally, guys, this happened minutes, that's very invalid axiom. There you go. Okay, minutes before he released that statement. So if we don't think that, there you go, right, Zarella, you made 25 million in 3 minutes. So if you think when I talk about elite theory, okay, about there's all these people with all this power, and they talk to each other, they help each other out. I mean, what? There's an example, okay? They're profiting off of the demise of the planet, okay, and just betting on the stock market. All right. So that's fun. Okay. By the way, guys, this also, I want to point out, gives lie to the notion that the people that work the hardest are the ones that'll get the wealthiest. Once you get to a certain level of wealth, guys, okay, once you get to a certain level of wealth, all you got to do is spend the rest of your life moving money around in fancy ways, and you'll be absolutely rich for the rest of your life, okay? So a lot of these rich people up there, they don't even have to do anything. They just have to like look at their stock portfolio once in a while, maybe move some money around or have a broker do it for them, and they're good to go for the rest of their lives. They don't ever need to work another minute. Okay, doing shit like this. Okay, body swap. The only richness I have in life is knowing the baby ducks at the lake I grew up in are now attending college. Oh, body swap. You literally like ducks, don't you? Yeah, you're right. Look, while they pay someone else to do that for them. The only richness I have in life. Oh, that's so cute, body swap. That's so cute. You really like ducks. I like that. We need to get a little duck emoji for body swap. Okay. Yes, but yes, they work very hard. Exactly, LaQual. So anyway, just further proof of our disgusting system, how awful it is and how completely corrupt and useless it is for helping anyone except for the small minority of elite who control everything. Okay. Oh, 100%, Fox. I'm the financialization of the economy. So that's just a little side note I thought was kind of fun, how all those trades happened right before. And it's not being talked about much because, all the wealthy love that shit. They're not going to have a problem with that. Also, another thing. Oh, I did forget to mention this about the war in Iran, okay? A report came out today that Iran has allowed some Indian that tankers through the Straits of Hormuz. So Iran still very solidly controls the Straits of Hormuz and can decide who goes in and who goes out of it. So much for all the bombs we've dropped. Surely they've done nothing except kill people, because clearly Iran still has control over the situation. Anyway, just a note. Okay, yeah, right, Paul Squall. They may, they might have the Straits of Hormuz, but they will never take the gaze of Hormuz. Oh, but I will, Paul Squall. I'm just kidding. Um, yeah, exactly, Fox Emblem, which is smart of them. Only by payment through yuan. I can never pronounce it. Okay. Gwen says if I had that kind of money, I'd have to use it to change live, not buy $500 shoes. Gwen, come on, Gwen, you want those $500 shoes, right? Come on, I know. I sit around thinking every day that I'm just kidding. Of course, I don't. I would. Okay, yeah. Honestly, I think that a lot of the really expensive brands and shit are there so that rich people can find something to spend their money on. Because once you have that much money, like you're probably like, I don't know what to do with this. I guess I'll just buy more expensive shoes. Okay. I don't know, right? Invalid axiom. If only my shoes were worth more, then I'd be a better person. Of course, invalid axiom. That's how our system works, right? It's a sign of your value, okay, in this country. By the way, that's actually not 100% wrong. So, America, especially the New England, was founded by Calvinists who believed in something called predestination. The idea being that God chooses, when you're born, God already knows who's going to heaven and hell. And so during your life, there are signs that you're one of these elect that God has chosen to go to heaven. And one of the signs that a lot of these Puritans believed in was like wealth. That's a sign that God favors you and that you're going to be an elect. So it's not an exaggeration to say that in the United States, there is sort of this Protestant idea of wealth being a sign of moral virtue for a lot of people. I mean, think of like a lot of the preachers and shit who are always talking about how Jesus has blessed me by granting me this private jet, right? And I, because of all I'm offering my congregation or whatever. Okay. So, that is kind of true. I know that's kind of gross to say. But invalid axiom, a lot of folks, yeah, great. Yeah, no, not wrong invalid axiom. There is sort of a Christo capitalism, right? Going on. Okay. Yay. All right. So that's good. Okay. Moving on. Just to mention that little fun story. Okay. Yeah, I know, Gwen, right? What did happen to the camel and the needle? I don't know, Gwen. Not a real thing. Okay, I guess if there is in your groove, if there is predestination, all those God-fearing types should stop voting. The outcome is already determined. Right in your groove. All right. They are pretty stupid, Drusilla. You don't have to be that smart to be a rich person. I got to tell you, because you just have everyone else do everything for you, and you sit around being a lazy ass all day. Okay, money will always corrupt. Correct, Alyssa. Okay, absolutely. So, okay. I could talk about the other end of that spectrum, folks, where like like saying before the Catholic Church really voices concern for the poor and things like that, and that the poor are blessed and stuff like that. There's issues with this too, and what I mean by that is the idea that if you're poor, you're blessed, you're going to go to heaven. No need to struggle in this life too much. No need to change the system. You're blessed, you're poor. Don't worry, you'll be fine in the next life. And I'm oversimplifying here. There's a lot of good to that idea that the poor should be taken care of, but it's also the idea that, you know, if you're poor, don't worry about it. Don't fight for change because you're blessed. We could talk about that, right? We could talk about that. I know invalid axiom, right? I know invalid axiom. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next story here. I do want to talk a little bit about this right here. Speaking, well, we're going to talk a little bit about the UK too. You're right, Gwen, and they definitely don't. They definitely don't feed the poor. Be thankful. There you go. Be thankful for your poverty. It means Jesus loves you, and this is one of the reasons why I hate Mother Teresa, because she was like, "Hey, suffering is a sign you're close to Jesus, so you can suffer a lot." Um. Okay. Right, invalid axiom. Okay, so this is from Sky News, and I know Sky News isn't great, but I did think it was interesting. We've talked about Greenland. Denmark has actually been sending explosives to Greenland to mine all their plane runways so that if the United States invades Greenland, they can just blow up all the runways to prevent the United States from landing on them, which is very clever and very interesting. It's also disturbing that they even have to consider blowing up their runways to prevent a U.S. invasion. But that is what Denmark is doing to partially try to prepare for any potential invasion by the United States. Copenhagen also is deploying soldiers and use military aircraft to transport blood from Denmark. There you go, in your groove. To transport blood from Denmark to help treat the wounded in case of battle. So they're also stockpiling blood supplies in Greenland in case they need to give soldiers or civilians blood transfusions in the case of war. So that's disturbing. I mean, I'm proud of them for preparing in advance for our lunatic president to possibly invade them, which, by the way, he once again, since NATO isn't assisting us in our illegal war of aggression against Iran, he's already threatening them with again going into Greenland. He has said on True Soul, so well, maybe I'll have to reconsider being peaceful about Greenland since you're not helping me. So that's good. So Greenland is doing a great job, and I think all of Europe should help supply them. And I honestly think Europe should send more troops to Greenland. I think Europe should send a lot of European nations should send an international expeditionary force, defensive force to Greenland, and literally station themselves there and plant themselves there. Because Trump thinks he can attack Greenland and get away with it because Europe will fold. If there are troops on that island, that lowers the chance of him attacking, though they might. He might anyway. But I think there should be troops all over that island. Right, Dolly boy? Apparently, they thought, According to Trump, the war is over already, but I do think Europe should send more troops to Greenland, okay? Maybe Canada should too, just for shits and giggles, all right? Maybe Iran should send okay, maybe not Iran. We don't wanna make them targeted, but you know what I mean, okay? So, just a thought. And good for Greenland for preparing, which apparently the U.S. did not do for our illegal war of aggression against Iran. All right, so good, guys. We're the baddies. As a reminder, the United States are the baddies. Our president is a monstrous pig who wants to conquer everywhere. And it's not looking good. Okay, have I mentioned that? Mm. All right. So that's good. Mm-mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, I know you're right, lurking snow leopard. Ruining runways won't stop an invasion, but it will definitely slow it down or make it harder to drop troops on Greenland, which is why I think though they need actually more troops there in order to help stop any kind of invasion or make it more costly to invade. All right. So okay, that's good. So just a note there, just a note there. They've also put some F-35 jets on that island just to protect it in case the United States gets a hunger for another piece of territory that doesn't belong to us. Um, that's fair, Sir Bart. I would originally have said I'm not saying this because I'm rah 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 America. I'm just saying that initially would have said it would be easy to invade Greenland by the United States. Okay, and I'm not saying that because I think America is exceptional or something. It's just a matter of there were basically no military forces on Greenland. And it's surrounded by the ocean, and the United States has such a large navy compared to any other force that might try to transport ships, might transport supplies to Greenland. But it definitely is becoming a lot harder if since Greenland is putting all this stuff there. We could debate this, but um, okay. It's kind of an irrelevant military point. It's immoral and it's wrong, and we should never do it. And the United States will hopefully be defeated if they do that. Okay. Anyway, so that's good. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Moving on. Uh, yeah. All right. There you go. Invalid axiom. Okay. So this is something else. Let's go on to another little story here, just to why not bring some joy to all of you. It's not joy. It's actually terrifying. God help us. Oh, God. Okay, here's another story. I don't know if I'm crying or laughing. So, meanwhile, guys, and I don't know if you all remember this because we've been a bit distracted by the world in flames, but the world is also actually in flames because of climate change, also at the same time. And, it turns out that there are, in the United States at least, I have not checked in the rest of the world. So, people from elsewhere, you got to tell me how your seasons have been. But America is currently experiencing a record breaking March in terms of weather for spring. Okay. So that's good. We are literally about to have a record breaking heat. Yeah, okay, and the entire US is gonna pot for about, uh, 11 or 12 days. There's a massive heat dome coming to the United States where temperatures will be upwards of 110 degrees, and, like, from the 80s to 110 degrees depending on where you are, and it'll get worse. Here's a map where there's gonna be Jesus, massive heat across a massive portion of the United States at a really weird time of the year. Guys, I got to tell you, for the Americans, you guys have seen it. Over the last 2 weeks, we had 80 to 90-degree temperatures here in Ohio. The next day, we had a snowstorm. The day after that, there were massive thunderstorms with tornadoes. It has been the most insane spring, and it's very early in the spring that I have seen ever, okay? Like, I have never seen something this crazy in my life, and this is the Midwest, which is normally crazy. You know it, so it's been weird as hell, and it's obviously climate change, and it is thought that the heat that is gonna be coming next week, um, the heat that's gonna be coming next week is going to be record breaking in terms of the amount of electricity that's going to be required to sustain air conditioning and cooling systems all across the United States. Uh, and I don't know about you, that scares me because our electric grid hasn't exactly proven itself to be that great already. And so if we're going to have a record-breaking amount of electric power that's going to be needed to keep people cool, I suspect our electric grid, which hasn't been able to handle lower amounts of power, is going to have some issues. Okay? And I also suspect that with all these new AI data centers scooping up all the electric power, that's gonna make it even harder, and it's gonna really raise the cost for people. Alyssa, yeah, Alyssa, good thing you don't have AC, right? Alas, whether you have it or not, Alyssa, everyone else is gonna be using it and putting pressure on your electric power as well. Okay, so that's good. Um, and it's gonna be record breaking, so that's lovely. Exactly, invalid axiom. This is fine, no problems. Yeah, you're right, Sir Bartholomew, and I would not mind some action against those data centers, some populist action, if you know what I mean. If anyone has seen that video of that woman walking up to a data center and just catching it on fire, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying I saw a video about that and you should watch it and be inspired. Um, okay, they've been talking about turning the power off to prevent sparks in the summer, and you're in British Columbia. Oh, I got you, lurking snow leopard. Okay, well, okay, that's good. Um, I guess that's something. Yeah, Gwen. Yeah, okay. And I got to tell you, like, the United States has a lot of air conditioners. A lot of air conditioners. Now, honestly, guys, and this sounds like I'm being like, what's that like? Oh, a Western privileged, like whatever the phrases are. I don't know. I don't know what the appropriate word is for this shit. But there are places in the United States where you basically need an air conditioning or you're not going to live. Okay, like if in the Southwest and stuff, where there has always been 100+ degree weather, and like you're in the middle of a desert, it's going to be really hard to sustain a population there without air conditioner. Other places, it's not necessarily needed. Okay, but yeah, Central Ohio. There you go, Sasha. So this we're gonna get a big heat dome out of nowhere, even though it's barely spring. So yay, guys! After having a week of snow, because why not? Everything's normal and fine. In your groove, that is true, but I will say in your groove, a lot of the people that are in the Southwest, it's not, yeah, it live in Florida and it's not habitable a lot of the times without climate control. But I will say in your groove, that is a fair point. Um, in your groove says maybe the population shouldn't be in the Southwest. I partially agree with you in your groove. That being said, there are a lot of people that live there that didn't choose to live there, that were born there, who don't really have the option to leave. Um, but yes, okay, yes, I do know what you mean. All right, so okay, so just something to think about. All right, just one disaster after another. One battle after another, like the movie. Okay, yay. So meanwhile, the Earth is falling apart. And if we think it's bad in the United States, by the way, there'll be places. Okay, if we never invented that is true in your group. That is true. Okay. Um, there are places like Bangladesh or India. India has already seen massive mortality rates because of climate change. The number of people that die in India every year from heat is rising every single year. It's same in the US, but really badly in India. Okay. Bangladesh will eventually be completely underwater, and there's millions upon millions of people that live there. Okay. We're talking like apocalyptic level events elsewhere. My complaining about the United States is only because I'm familiar with it and I want to highlight the insanity of the weather here. But to be clear, we're barely going to suffer compared to other people. Okay. So, maybe we should do something about that. Because the world's falling apart all around us. But don't worry, at least you can watch, I don't know, The Bachelorette. Don't worry, there's another Marvel movie coming out, right? I'm sure it will completely change your outlook and solve everything. Okay, Mithril, Casual Revolt, have you seen the new Led by Donkeys video? It's only no, I haven't, Mithril. I'll take a look at it, okay? Um, okay. So no offense, by the way. Uh, yeah, I know. At least you can chat on Twitch, okay? Now, again, I'm not. I'm not blaming anyone who likes Marvel or anything, but you see my point, okay? We have a lot of distractions. Okay. Um, all right. Oh my God, CR, look up crime pays, but botany doesn't. Sure, Macy. We'll do it in a little bit here, okay? I know I have to look at what Miss Mithril recommended. Yeah, Inga, places near the equator will be too hot to live. Hey, MAGA, where do you think those people will go? Inga, yep, as I've said before, folks, you're going to see massive. Yep, Pole Squall, 170 million people with nowhere to go in Bangladesh. And for those right wingers out there, where do you think they're going to go? We're going to see mass migrations of people. And if you're a xenophobe to begin with, where do you think those people are going to end up? So anyway. Uh, Now, Gwen, let's not get into this debate now, Gwen. Gwen says Thanos was just trying to feed his people, to be fair. Now, Gwen, guys, come on, let's be honest. I know I'm off track here. Thanos was a moron, an absolute piece of shit moron, okay? Absolute idiot, okay? You know why? If you can control time, space, all that shit, why don't you just, snap your fingers and double the food? I'm gonna kill half of all people even though I can just double the food supply. Okay, like why don't you just double or infinitize the food supply if you can control everything? What a moron he was. He honestly just had a kink for killing people. Anyway, don't worry, Alyssa. We don't need to get into it. Okay, we don't need to get into it, Alyssa. You don't need to. We don't need to talk about Thanos. I'm just making a point here. Exactly, Lurking Snow Leopard. It doesn't sell movies. Anyway, guys, I know we can debate this. You can like Marvel. I cannot stand Marvel. I cannot stand superhero movies. Please don't take offense to that. There are some superhero movies I'm okay with. Okay, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Okay, I know I'm going to turn the whole community against me by talking about Marvel and shit. I don't know. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. So, moving on. Oh God, you can't have that in your groove. That's socialism. Okay, so let's go on. So that's a fun story. All right. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I agree, Lurking Snow Leopard. Keep crying, literal. It sounds woke. Okay, so let's talk briefly here about The Guardian, or not The Guardian, the what's happening in the UK, okay? No, Mithril, okay, um I'm exaggerating a bit. I like V for Vendetta a lot. I like some of the Batman movies. I'm not like I don't we'll talk about this later, guys. We'll talk about this later. That's fair, Gwen. That's fair, okay? So here we have oh, who said that? Someone just said something really nice about me. Um uh How well oh, my favorite super oh, thank you, Invalid Axiom. Invalid Axiom says, "My favorite superhero is Casual Revolt." Oh, I am not wearing an outfit. Well, I already am. My superhero name is the Jester. Okay. Oh, anyway, I don't know. That sounds stupid. So let's go on to this next thing. So in the UK, guys, we have a lot of UK folks in here. Um, it's been interesting. There've been I've been reading about some of the interesting political things happening in the UK right now. And oh, excuse me, that was gross. Forgive me. Um, there are so okay. Okay, let me explain. All right, the Green Party has an opportunity to make some inroads, and boy, would that be nice. Okay, so you have the Labor Party, which are like our Democrats in almost every way. Okay, they're not really about labor. They're a neoliberal party that claims to be left wing, et cetera, et cetera. They're not at all. They're basically a corpo dem party. Um, Then you have the conservatives who everyone hates, and then you have reform who are like MAGA kind of. And then you have the Green Party who are like the progressive socialist types, democratic socialist types, okay? And it looks the name of this article is Anyone But Labor or Anyone But Reform. Clash of animosities likely to define May local elections. So there is a growing okay, let me read this to you. Senior labor figures, and for the folks from the UK out there, let me know what you're experiencing since I don't live there. I want to see okay. Um yeah, you and that's dangerous, Invalid. Invalid says, yeah, the UK is avoiding the center at the moment. And let me explain why that's dangerous. I've told you all before, guys, when a mainstream political system starts failing its people and stops giving them what they need, people become radicalized and start going to the wings, the wings. Okay, so you start to see more socialist and you start to see more fascists. And unfortunately, within a capitalist system, most of the time the elites favor and fund the far right, the fascists, which tends to give them an advantage when this happens. Okay, so it is worrying to me. It's both hopeful and worrying that in the UK you see the growth of a left wing socialist movement in the form of the or democratic socialist movement in the form of the Green Party, but you also see the massive growth of the reform movement and the what is it? The return movement. What's that other movement that's like really fascist, even more fascist than the reform movement? I don't know, the murder everyone movement. What is it called? The I hate brown people movement. I forget what it's called. The Okay, yeah, right, Gwen. Thank you. The restore movement. Thank you. Sorry, I get the National Socialist. I don't remember what they're called. Okay, them too. Okay, so which is worrisome. And you're seeing the exact same thing happen in the UK that happened in the United States. This is how fascism forms. So I am glad that the reform and restore have sort of split into these two parties. But uh, this also is opening the door for the Green Party, right? But unless so, either Labor needs to get its shit together, which it won't, or we're going to see the country going to the left or to the right, in my opinion. So let's take a look. Like either in a really good way or a really bad way. And I don't like the chances because historically it doesn't tend to end well, but we'll see what happens. Um, okay. Okay, that's fair, Mithril. That's fair. Mithril says the far right in UK is very noisy, but feel like but that's like MAGA, not as many as we think there are. That's fair, Mithril. That being said, Mithril, it's the same thing with MAGA, right? MAGA is like what, 30% of the population, which is still a pretty big percent. It might be even a little less right now, but they were noisy enough and convinced people to vote for them because no parties were offering anything else. And that's my concern. Even the Nazi party in Germany was a minority party. It never got over half of the vote before it came to power. But it was able to convince people to vote for it instead of the socialists. It's a yeah, right. So, but I am hopeful in that it's interesting how there's this there's this splitting happening between the restore and oh, God, I'm sorry, the Reform Party, okay? Um, yeah. So, okay, let's read this real fast. Uh, senior labor oh my God, I'm so sorry, guys, that you have the Labor Party. Like, it's traumatizing to read about your Labor Party after reading about our Democratic Party. I'm like, I feel solidarity for your struggles with the Labor Party. Okay, dear God. All right. Yeah, correct, Gwen, correct, okay? And it is possible that there's that they will end up forming a coalition or something, but it is different than the US for sure, okay? And I need to remember that. Okay. So senior labor figures have taken to reeling off a list of midterm results to prove that point. As we get closer to the general election, it will be less about people's view of parties generally and more about the actual choice in front of them, one said. But even against that backdrop, this May's local and devolved elections look to be a uniquely negative series of contests, in part because Nigel Farage now generates as much ill feeling across the country as Keir Starmer. Yeah, invalid axiom. You're right. Tactical voting does happen. And I know, guys, I'm not as much of an expert in the UK system. All I can really say, this is why I'm asking you guys, this question is because I am seeing a lot of trends though that you do see in countries that are about to experience a fascist surge, but I'm also seeing some things that I don't recognize. Weirdly enough, I think there's still a lot of opportunity here. It's not like the end. The end hasn't come yet, if that makes sense. Okay, which is good. Um, all right. So, even against that backdrop, this May's local involvement look to be uniquely negative series of contests, in part because, okay, blah, blah, blah. Some voters are urgently hoping to teach the government a lesson, but others, see, that sounds like Trumpy, okay? But others want just as strongly to keep Reform UK out of power. Rather, fewer appear likely to cast their ballots with a positive view of who they support. Okay. Um, you're right, Fox. Like historically, you're right. Okay, whether that sentiment translates into an anyone but labor. Oh God, but guys, that sounds so much like what happened in America. No one wanted to vote for the Democrats, and so they wanted to vote for Trump because they viewed it as a change thing. And I know it's a different system, okay. So I'm worried people will tactically vote for reform as just a way to get out of the system. And I know that sounds insane, but it did happen in the US. Okay, even though I know there's a difference. I'm just having to look at things from the patterns I'm used to seeing and recognizing, okay? But I could be wrong. Yeah, exactly, invalid axiom. Different systems, same psychology. Okay. It's like I'm about to fall out of my chair here. Let's keep reading. Uh it's rare to hear so much discussion about tactical voting amongst the public, okay? Amongst the public, but across the country, more and more people are describing their vote in terms of who they want to stop rather than who they want to win. Yeah, said Luke Tyrrell, director of More in Common. For the Americans out there, this sounds super familiar. And I want to point out that this does open a door for opportunity. If people don't want to vote for the mainstream parties, it opens a door for uh the Greens, okay? If they can convince enough people to not vote Labor and instead vote for them. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Gwen. Okay. At the Gorton and Denton by-election, we heard repeatedly from progressive voters that they just want to know who was the best stop reform choice. And that is something we now hear from progressives right across the UK. At the same time, in many English councils that will be voting in local elections, we are repeatedly hearing from voters who want to back the punish Labour option. I don't blame them. Be that Greens and Gaza independence on their left or reform on their right. So yeah, that also opens the door for the Greens if they can get left people, liberals and lefts, to vote for the Greens. Guys, what are the laws in the UK around voting? Do you have to vote, or can people not show up for the elections? I need to learn more about this. Is voting required in the UK, or is it something you don't have to show up for? Just out of curiosity. All right. In countries like Essex, voters on the right still want to punish the conservatives, and so they're backing reform. Okay. Voting is optional. Thank you, Cody. Welcome, Cody. I'm so glad you're here. How are you doing? Okay. So a lot of people might not legally required. So I'm worried, might that then result in a lot of people not voting if they don't want anyone? I don't know. I'm curious. Overall, 38% of a reform as reform has plateaued in the polls, the number of people saying they would vote against Farage's party have grown. Overall, 38% of Britons would do so. So 38% would vote against reform. I got you, Cody. No problem. It is the first time More in Common's polling has had Reform rather than Labor as the most unpopular party. Okay, well, that's good news. Labor was now that does though also open the door. How popular is Restore? Anyway, I'm sorry, I keep asking questions. I should have looked it up in advance. Labor was on 34%, down 4 points, and Conservatives and Greens were on 7% each. Ooh, I didn't know that. Down 1 and up 4 points respectively. The Lib Dems stuck at 3%. I got you, Invalid Axiom. Yeah, the British people are way more class conscious. People stay home, but not. I got you. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. That makes sense. Okay. Um, interesting. I didn't know that the Greens had such a small number of people. So maybe I'm wrong about thinking the Greens might win. This is why I need to do more reading before I talk about these things. Okay, so this is a dangerous situation, though, I will say. I'm not liking a lot of what I'm hearing out of the situation, that people are just looking for a way to keep out reform, which means that there's no party offering them something they actually want. They're voting to stop reform, which is a bad sign, because if you're not offering, Labor is clearly not offering things that people want, which in the long term might cause more people to vote for those that appear to be anti-establishment or fascists. Anyway, interesting. So this is just something even people in the U.S. should keep an eye on. It's super interesting to, the politics in the UK do kind of have an impact here, in that we're both English-speaking countries and our governments are very close and things like that. And there's a lot of overlap between cultural things, not completely, but there is some. Um, okay. They're selling diet cola instead of clean water. Who is Macy? Okay. Sasha says, "What's wrong with reform?" Sasha, Sasha, cringe, cringe, Sasha. There's a lot of problems with reform, Sasha. People in chat can tell you, reform are they're headed by a lunatic named Nigel Farage, whose basically whole platform is "I hate brown people. I hate brown people." That's basically his whole agenda. And he also wants to privatize. Oh, that I got Sasha. No, it's okay, Sasha. I didn't mean that as like an insult to you. I phrased that badly, but his whole agenda is like we need to he also wants to like privatize. Um, he wants to privatize the healthcare system and shit. Yeah, he's kind of like he's not as bad as MAGA, but he has a lot of similar ideas. Okay. Yeah, Mithril. Okay. So anyway, just something to think about. It's interesting to keep an eye on these things over in the UK. And it's yeah. Good luck, folks over there in the UK. I'm so sorry for what you're going through. Oh my god, I feel traumatized for you. Uh, Oh, I got you, Gwen. There's a huge problem with water treatment plants dumping waste into rivers and lakes. I got you, got you, got you. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. As a comparison, the people aren't demanding what they've actually analyzed as a need. They're selling a slightly different version. Oh, interesting, Macy. That's an interesting point. Yeah, no problem, Sasha. Just as long as reforms loses, I would like the Greens to win. Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, you guys. So those are just some stories for you. We might talk about the other ones later. I kind of don't want to talk about them right now. I want to talk about something else. Let's do this, okay? Let's talk for a second, guys. I got you, Gwen. You don't vote in the UK. You vote in Minnesota. I got you. All right. So guys, let's talk about mutual aid networks. All right, real fast here. And don't you dare leave. I know all of you. I know you'll be like, "Oh no, education. I'm not going to get my dopamine rush anymore. He's not going to be bobbing his head back and forth and ringing his bells and booping me, and he's not going to make crude sexual jokes. And it's not going to be as fun." Okay, whatever. Screw all of you. You're going to sit and watch, okay? Don't make me call your parents. You're going to have to learn some shit, okay? So learn some shit. And it won't take long, but you're going to learn some shit. You understand me? Okay, Sir Bartholomew, I see you back there talking to Stacy. Get off your phone, okay? All right. So no, don't worry, Macy. That won't turn your stomach. This is actually a positive thing. As I was saying, guys, at the beginning of this stream, I don't know, Sir Bart. I'm just assuming you're a bad student, so I was yelling at you. Okay, so let's at the no boops, no Drizzle. You get boops after this. After this, okay? You get boops after this. Okay, I don't care, Sir Bart. I'm making shit up, okay? Yeah, shut the F up. Shut. She has STFU, Leslie. Exactly. All right. Okay, so guys, let's talk real fast, shall we? We talked about the beginning of the stream of the need for revolutionary optimism, the need to remember that revolution and change often happens without warning. Fine, Lacroix. Fine. Okay, Lacroix is driving a hard bargain. Lacroix gets a boop. Boop. You should be a hostage negotiator, Lacroix. All right. So let's continue. Here we have, let's talk about what you can do. One of the things you guys can do if you want to start mobilizing to change things, all right, is form mutual aid networks, all right? And let's talk about what that means, shall we? Let's talk about this. Yay, right? Now, I want to be clear. A mutual aid network is solidarity. It's not charity. It is different than charity, okay? And it's important to keep it separate from charity. You'll see what I mean here. Don't worry, Drusilla. You will get boops eventually, okay? Yay, Matt Saigai, you're submitting your thesis tonight. A boop for Matt Saigai. Boop. Good job, Matt Saigai. I hope it goes well for you, okay? So let's talk about a mutual aid network. So a mutual aid network, guys, is where a community or a group of people organize together in an effort to share resources and labor for each other's mutual benefit, okay? We're living in a pretty bad time right now, right? Where, not everyone can afford childcare. Not everyone has childcare. Some people, there are people out there who have trouble accessing healthcare. People out there who have trouble if they have some sort of medical or health condition, have trouble going to get groceries, don't know how to cook or don't have time to cook food. people that don't might not have access to like an air conditioner if you're living in a hot environment like we were just talking about. Maybe you don't have a place to go to cool down so you don't die. All right. If there are elderly people who don't have anyone checking on them during a hot climate, okay, there's all these things. People don't have much money. So a lot of times people can't afford what they need. But maybe there's someone in their neighborhood that can provide those things. Or maybe there's someone in your neighborhood or around you that you know that's a handyman, or someone around you that's a teacher who can tutor your kids. It is when you create a grassroots network of aid to aid each other and to work as a team to survive, okay? And to prepare for deprivation, okay? So it is not charity. It's not like you take a bunch of cases of water and then just give them to a charity. No, it is mutual, right? You all provide for each other. Maybe one day someone needs help to make a dinner for their family, and then another day you might need to go over to their house and help them fix their tub. You see what I mean? It's an exchange network, a network where people aid each other. All right, that's what it is. Okay, and these are very important. You're damn right, Macy. He is distracting Drusilla with boobs, bread, circus, and education. Don't be fooled. Okay, so these are very important. There's a number of reasons why these are important, and I like this little image here. We are in this together. We are. And in American society, guys, we have been convinced multiple times that we are separate from each other, that we're individualists, that we should all be on our own little island, not think about other people, consume, 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 compete, compete, compete. Okay? As I've said before, how people share things and how people interact hyper individualist, how people share things and interact with each other economically creates a culture. We have a hyper individualist culture that is extremely selfish, and it makes it really hard to organize and get things done politically. If you're not used to creating aid networks and organizing and things like that, it's going to be hard to make a political movement that organizes and actually works together to change things. So, one of the big ways we can start changing society is by creating mutual aid networks so people get used to assisting each other and relying on each other rather than relying on big corporations or politicians and things like that. You can see what kind of culture could grow out of a mutual aid society. Okay. So, let me explain. All right. Let me explain. So how do you do this? All right. How can you guys do this today? And I know it is not as hard as it sounds. Um, Even though it might sound hard, it's not that hard. Okay. So you would need I actually, here are some steps you can take if you want to start forming a mutual aid network where people start to help each other in a community. So first you want to map out what's called a pod. Okay. So that's where you try to determine you try to map out a group of people, a small self-organized group of friends, neighbors, community members who intentionally support each other through crises and daily needs. Excuse me. So that's a pod. That is a unit of mutual aid, a group of people who are mutually assisting each other to survive. Okay. So you can literally try and map it out. Like you can literally sit down and try to map out people that you might want in an aid network, what they can provide to that aid network mutually. Okay, so like if you have a group of friends and your best friend is a great baker and cook, maybe they could come over to your house and cook for you someday, or your friends when you might not be able to do that for your family. Maybe a different day you might be able to take some chicken eggs to them to supply them with food. Okay, you can map out what people are able to provide, and then sort of start just on paper mapping out what people can provide to each other. All right. Then the next stage here is to connect with those people. Obviously, connect with potential members of the pod and start forming connections with them and talking to them about these things. It'd be very nice, by the way. This brings us to number 3. If you find someone to help you do this, okay, like if you at least find one other person from the pod who can actually help you do this organizing. And this can all be done very informally. You don't even necessarily have to openly say it's a mutual aid network. Okay, you can just form natural friendships and start bringing people stuff And a lot of times human beings will naturally start doing mutual aid if you bring people stuff, okay? Yeah, Fetty Spaghetti does this. I know Fetty Spaghetti does this. Fetty Spaghetti's neighbors brought Fetty Spaghetti honey, and Fetty Spaghetti ended up for baking a cake for the neighbor, okay? Alyssa does this. Frequently feed our neighbor. Alyssa says we frequently feed our neighbor, and she helps us out with kids or dogs when we're gone. There you go, mutual aid. This does is I make it sound like it's harder than it is. It kind of happens naturally a lot. Okay, it does. All right. Um, f- uh, and by the way, this can start really small. It can start with like 3 people. I have on here, it can start small between 5 and 20 people, but you can slowly add people to the network, the mutual aid network. All right. Through time. And yeah, it won't always be perfect. Sometimes you might get people who join the aid network who might not be putting out as much aid as others are. I'm just going to be blunt with you about that, right? But you do the best you can. All right. So you establish a system of communication. So try to figure out a way to stay in contact with people in this community and make sure the communication isn't between individual members, that there's like almost like a forum space for it where everyone can chat together versus individually, because this is about forming a collective aid network versus like individual between individuals. Um, okay. So that's what that is, okay? Eleni, you mean this? Because this is basically cultural Marxism. Okay, not really, but this is mutual aid networks. Um, you should also determine what are the needs of people in your mutual aid network. What are their goals? What goals do you have as a mutual aid network? What skills do they have, and what resources do they have? Okay. Like, yeah, make sure you actually know what people need and what they can bring to the table for this mutual aid network. Mm, okay. Thank you, Eleni, for that horror. Okay. That horrible thing. That's true. That is what they say. Okay. And the last step is to do it. Okay. The last step here is to just do mutual aid. Start aiding each other. Okay. Start aiding each other. Start helping out your neighbors. And I know it's not easy because a lot of us live in very isolated communities. I live in a suburban area where people do not talk to each other. Okay, but there are other ways to do mutual aid. You can form a mutual aid network with friends or with people that don't live near you. Okay, you can try to start a Facebook group. There are many different ways to form a mutual aid network. All right. Alyssa, my whole town is like this. We all help each other. There's only like 11 houses in my town, but it's nice having a good relationship with all of them. Yeah. And Alyssa, I would argue, guys, that a lot of small towns already do this. Yeah. And a lot of small towns kind of lean right wing, but there's a lot of mutual aid networks in small town America. People kind of do it naturally, not always. I think this is harder, especially in suburban areas where people move to the suburbs to be isolated. And it might even be a bit harder in some urban areas. It depends. Uh, but yeah, you could also do things, Sir Bartholomew, like putting up flyers, right? Um, okay. You see what I mean? There you go. Invalid axiom. I buy my friend art supplies because he doesn't have disposable income, but is a fantastic artist. There you go. Invalid axiom. Now, invalid axiom. What does your friend provide for you? What does he provide to the network? And I'm not trying to demonize charity here. Okay. That's good too. But mutual aid requires everyone sort of mutually aiding each other as a form of solidarity, right? Does your friend do something to help you as well, or to help your aid network? All right. We live in a metro close to 2 million. I got you, Sasha. Yeah, that's fair, Macy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Elaine, by the way, Sasha, Eleni is joking. Eleni has a dark sense of humor, so Eleni is kidding. Eleni doesn't actually believe that. Eleni is making fun of people who do believe that, okay? Alyssa, my old lady neighbor is MAGA as hell, but we take care of her still. There you go, Alyssa, right? This is about us as working class people. It's not about MAGA, not MAGA, okay? So that is all you got to do, guys. That's what a mutual network is. And I got to shout out the anarchists in here, like Mithril. Are there any other people who identify as anarchists in here? This is more of an anarchist idea. And it has been adopted by a lot of socialists and things like that. But this is originally an anarchist idea that is still very good. I mean, it's very useful for socialists and lefties generally. Okay, it helps build the movement. All right. Um, okay, or like, so let me read to you some things here, just a list of things you can do in a mutual aid network. All right, grocery shopping or grocery delivery. That's easy. Maybe you have one person who goes to the grocery store with a master list of what people need every week, gets all those goods, brings them back. Okay. Um, this is Sir Bart. Ooh, Sir Bart, that's a good question. Sir Bart asked, "What's the difference between anarchism and communism?" Sir Bart, I'm not going to engage in this discussion now, Sir Bart, because it will take me hours. But that's a legitimate question. Let's put it that way, okay? I honestly don't think much, but anyway, we can debate this. Gwen, we have like a local Facebook. It's a place where you can ask for help, buy and sell things, post important information. Though I have found it is often just people complaining. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's true. Okay. Um, there you go, Paul Squall. So grocery shopping and delivery, right? There, done. Easy. All right. What about this? Picking up medication. That's nice, right? A lot of times, guys, if you go to a pharmacy, especially in the US, especially, you can pick up other people's meds too. As I think, as long as it's not a controlled substance, you can pick up other people's meds if you just if you're comfortable with providing someone your letting them see what medications you take and providing your date of birth and shit. You can pick up someone else's meds. So you could also do things where someone goes and picks up meds, like especially for elderly people or people who have children who have trouble finding time to go do these things. Okay. Cleaning. Sometimes people need help cleaning. All right. And sometimes, guys, cleaning is not. There you go. That's amazing. Airstyle, that's a great idea. And I actually really like that idea. Airstyle, welcome back. Airstyle says, we do that with a few friends, but it's more for financial reasons. Buying in bulk. Yeah. So, guys, that is something you could do. You could, as a community, go to like a store that sells in bulk to reduce the price and then distribute those goods. You see what I mean? Okay. So, cleaning, right? Some people need help with cleaning because they have medical issues or mental health issues. If anyone here has ever had very severe depression, for example, it is a symptom of very severe depression that you stop cleaning yourself and your house and your environment. Okay. Now, it's a bit, what Asmongold does is a bit beyond this, I want to point out. I'm not saying he's just depressed. I think there's something a bit more going on there. But sometimes people need help cleaning, okay? And it's not because they're lazy. There might be other things happening. There you go, Paul Squaw. I helped a friend clean their apartment for 3 months when they were depressed. Yeah, and it's like this dark cycle that people with depression get stuck in, where they don't clean, and then um, they don't clean, and then that makes puts them in an environment where they're more depressed. Okay, so if you can help some of your community members break out of that cycle, that'd be lovely, and then they can return the favor with doing some things for you. Childcare, you can do childcare, emotional support, literally, you know, financial support, gardening. We're going to talk about gardening here in a second. Cooking or ordering food, transportation help, organization and planning, all right? Like budgeting, organizing, things like that. Communication with the pod. You can have a person, yeah, it does, Sasha. As someone with major depressive disorder, I definitely agree depression sucks. Communication within the pod, all right? Helping others navigate healthcare or appointments, okay? Making phone calls, sharing resources, internet access. You could share your internet access with people, okay, if they don't have it. Okay, there you go, Sasha. You could become a sex worker and share things that way. I mean, maybe. Okay, if that's what you want to. It's up to you. Okay, I don't know about that, but all right. Language translation or support, right? If you know Spanish and you have neighbors who speak Spanish and need help translating something, do that. Technology support, all right? Uh, or tutoring/education. Like, yeah, if you're an educator, like a teacher, like I was, you can help tutor the neighbor's kids or help educate people who want education. All right. I can give you an example. I know Mayflower Kid isn't here, but Mayflower Kid and I kind of did some mutual support. I educated Mayflower Kid because of the presentations I do daily, and Mayflower Kid sent me groceries. Mayflower Kid sent me and my family a bunch of burgers and toppings for the burgers and stuff. So she literally provided me dinner. So there's a form of mutual aid. Okay, Paul Squaw. It's so funny watching straight white people discover mutual aid when marginalized. Communities have simply oh, yep, Paul Squaw. Oh, mm, Paul Squaw, I don't mean to out myself here, but I first discovered mutual aid networks when I was working in a primarily black community as a teacher. I'm a white guy who grew up in a suburban area, and that's what people do in low income communities. It's like they have to do it. It also means that a lot of times those communities are more organized politically because they already have the foundations of that organization and that support. Okay. And guys, I'm thinking maybe we should actually start a channel on the Discord where we do like a mutual aid thing. Um, okay, even though I'm not straight. I mean, obviously I'm not straight, but yeah. Okay. So then I started I do mutual aid already and stuff. So now I do it too, but okay. For sure, Sasha. Like Eastern Europe, especially, there especially with the history, and I don't mean to be brutal about this, but with the history of poverty and death and destruction of Eastern Europe, with all the conquests and the oppression that have happened, a lot of times oppressed people develop strong mutual aid networks out of necessity. Okay. Honestly, guys, the mob, like the Italian mafia, the Sicilian mafia, started off as sort of a mutual aid network against against like invasion and things like that. Sicily would constantly be invaded from various people. And so the mob kind of formed as a mutual aid network and then formed into this criminal organization, I guess you could say. Um, so like, and that's a bit different, but that's an example how like mutual aid networks can turn into like an established mutual aid network types, like an established organization. That's a bad example because it makes it sound like, mutual aid networks will become illegal organizations, but you see what I mean. Okay. Um, all right. So, okay. So that is a mutual aid network, guys. All right. And everyone can do this. And the other really good thing about this, guys, is I've mentioned one of the reasons why it's been hard in the United States to take collective action, like for example, do a national strike, do a national strike, do things like that, okay, is because people don't have mutual aid networks they can rely on when the shit hits the fan. Okay. So, like, it'd be a lot easier for people to go on strike if they had a mutual aid network in place to support them during their strike. You see what I mean? Okay. Or to support their families if they're put in jail after going to a protest or whatever it may be. You see what I mean? So we need to start forming these networks, and then these networks can be repurposed for political ends if when necessary. Okay? You got it? You see what I mean? All right. So that's one of the reasons I'm advocating for this. I want to point out, guys, another thing here. We live in a industrialized civilizational society where we survive off of food produced on farms or mass typically industrialized farms and things like that generally. Okay, obviously there are a lot of exceptions to this. I'm just saying generally we survive on food produced by farms. And does anyone know the percentage of people in the United States that are farmers? What percentage of Americans actually are actually farmers? What do we think? Okay, yes, Matt Saigai, that's very close. It's less than 2%. Less than 2%. So we have a scenario here. And by the way, our farmers basically produce enough that could probably feed everyone in the United States. Okay. But less than 2% of us actually work and live on farms. Okay. And produce food. Okay. So that means, guys, it that means that the majority, 98% of our population can only survive because of the labor of like 2% of people. Now, obviously, you can also import food. But I know, Matt Saigai, but in a time, guys, of political upheaval or resistance where you need money, for example, to buy food, uh, i- and if you don't have that money, how are you going to get the food? You don't have a farm. You can't make the food. So, two things you want to do, all right? If possible, try to find literally a farm or some sort of some farming group that produces produce near you and add them to your mutual aid network. Now, this is not as easy as adding friends and stuff, but do try to find some local produce producer and maybe form a relationship with them of some sort. Okay, I know that is not as easy. So that you do have access to some amount of food if, for example, you no longer have an income. Exactly, invalid axiom, which is why you're going to see my next point here. Okay, so you could try and find some of that 2% of the population that are farmers, but not everyone has access to that, and they can't feed everyone. The other thing you can do is grow your own food. And this means having at least some of your food produced at home through farms or community farms or community gardens, excuse me, your own gardens. Okay. I have a garden. I grow tomatoes, green beans, habanero peppers. My father does a lot of it too, by the way. We kind of mutually aid in that way. What else do I grow? Beefsteak, tomatoes. I tried potatoes. That didn't go so well. Um, what else? We got cucumbers, zucchini. There we a whole bunch of different things. You can grow, and it's not that hard, okay? So just you can have your own garden, and it may not be enough to supply everyone, but the more people that do engage in this, you can also like form a community farm where you have everyone in your pod working together on this community garden to grow for everyone. Whatever, air style, I messed it up, okay? I messed it up. Screw you, air style, okay? Um, okay. So, yeah, Macy, Parkrose permaculture, so you can always do that, okay? And something else, so, like, you can also start your own gardens, all right? Also, a big part of this is storing food, all right? And I'm not a fan of preppers. Let's put it this way. A lot of preppers sound like loonies, and a lot of them are kind of loonies, but the preppers have some points. Okay. One of those points is that you should have some food stored up, right? Like, have some food stored up in case, especially if you're planning on taking some sort of political action or like doing a strike, so that you have enough food to survive for a few weeks. Um, if your aid network can no longer provide it or something like that, you will have some food. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Or if you lose your job, you still have food you can rely on, okay? And food is can be really cheap, guys. And like especially food that you can get like cans of shit that might not taste very good, but that's very inexpensive and you can have a lot. Okay. So there's a lot of things you can do. Have store some food, grow your own food, form relationships with local farms and shit like that, okay? And again, I know this sounds easier said than done, but at the very least, start trying to make a aid network, okay? And that can be with family members, friends, etc. And there, guys, if you go online, there are tons of sites that track aid networks in your area, okay? So, like, you can certainly find other aid networks already near where you live in most places, in a lot of places, okay? It might be harder in rural areas, and you can ask them to join them if you don't have it. If you don't have an aid network, if you don't wanna make one, try to join one that already exists, okay? And it'll make your life easier as well as, their lives easier. Yeah, Elaney, we could do that. We could actually do that. We might actually make a Discord channel, a mutual aid Discord channel. That'd be kinda cute. Okay, so let's go over here, guys. Here are some hello, outer signal. Here are some examples, and these are by no means exhaustive, and not all of people might not like all of these. I understand that. Lacroix, how dare you use the official language? This is exactly what this is, Lacroix. It's praxis, okay? Putting theory into action. So here are some organizations that do really good work that you can get involved with. And not all of them, all right? You might not like all of them. I know some people have issues with big brothers and big sisters, okay? But these are some examples of organizations that might be helpful for this. I know not all of us are as far left as others, and that's fine, okay? I'm putting up some of these are more liberal leaning, others are more most of them are more left-wing leaning because that's what I'm into. But do whatever you want, okay? Like, there's other ones too. Here's some examples. Code Pink. Code Pink is extremely far left, okay? And they are very militant. Uh, they're very militant advocators for peace abroad and anti-war advocators. They're oftentimes harassing congressmen and stuff, so they're more of a radical group, in how much they harass and do actions that are that annoy the powerful, but they're pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, sure, Fetty Spaghetti. So you could look up Code Pink if you're interested. Okay, so that's a more far left one. Here's some more pretty far left ones, guys. The SRA. The SRA is the Socialist Rifle Association. And that's like that is a pro-gun socialist organization that advocates for the arming of the working class. And again, very radical organization, just to tell you. Okay, pretty radical. But I'm giving you some ideas here. Okay, if the organization you could join. Oh no, Matt's like I never said that. I'm just trying to prepare people for what to explain to you what each of these groups do. Okay. Um. No, it isn't, Sir Bartholomew. The NRA is not good. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Paul Squire forgot to mention the John Brown Club. Okay. And they also engage in a lot of mutual aid. The SRA does. Okay. The SRA does do some mutual aid stuff. They build support networks of their members and things like that. Okay. Here beneath that, we have, or to the right of that, is Food Not Bombs. Okay. Food Not Bombs. That is an anarchist organization, somewhat, that that does food mutual aid networks. Okay, literally, that's what they do, and they support the growing and sharing of food, and they are anti-war and anti-bombs. Okay, they're radical, but they're not like they're not like they're not like this SRA. Okay, they're not for violence. And I'm not saying that the SRA is. I'm just saying they're more like defense. Okay, but food not bombs. Yeah, exactly. There you go, Paul Squaw. Smelly but wonderful people, right? Um, so we that's another group you could join, Food Not Bombs. I also love a lot of these symbols that they have are great. Uh, right here is like they have a carrot instead of a bomb or whatever that they're throwing. All right, so that's another great one. Down here we have two explicitly political organizations, and I don't want to get into this debate. For those that are on the left, you know that these two organizations often don't get along with each other. Okay. On the right here, we have the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay, great organization, does a lot of community organizing, does a lot of political activism, oftentimes supports left-wing politicians who are running for office. Um, CPUSA, insane. The DSA has a lot of local chapters all over the country, and they're pretty well organized. Um, so they do a lot of good stuff. Okay, they're democratic socialists. They do a lot of good stuff. And you can actually pay them a membership fee if you want to, but they accept anyone to come by. They're great. Okay. No, I didn't say DSA is on the right, Matt Side guy. They're on the left. Okay. DSA is on the left, and they typically support major reforms and things like that. Okay, and they're socialists. Then another group is the PSL. Now, I am biased, guys. I am very biased. So I included the PSL because it does do a lot of really great organizing and stuff. The PSL takes a lot of actions that the DSA doesn't even take, okay? The PSL is the Party for Socialism and Liberation. They do a lot of basically Marxist Leninists activism, organizing, and things like that. I'm pretty sure Weird Amorphous Blob, I think, used to be associated with them. I could be wrong. Um, okay. And I support bombs. You want to know? So, Laney, Matt Saigai, social. How dare you, Matt Saigai? Okay. So, the PSL and the Democratic Socialist actually used to be, I'm pretty sure, used to be the same party, and then they split. I think in the 1920s. This is a long history, and there's a lot of bad blood between these two organizations. I got to tell you. Okay, I don't really care. Either one is fine. I will say this though, and please look into this because I am biased. Okay, I am not a big fan of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. They do a lot of good work. I am not a big fan of them. Okay, for a number of reasons. Um, but regardless, I don't want to pollute your minds, even though I just did about them. Do your own research about them and the DSA. Okay, I would rather you join the PSL rather than anyone else. Okay, than not do anything. Okay. Anyway, so there are some options there. Okay, in terms of politics, you could do DSA. These are socialist organizations. Uh, okay, but they are yeah. Okay. So let's go. Here are some more, I guess, liberal organizations, but not entirely. They do work that's good, even if they're not explicitly socialist. One is the WRRAP, or the Women's Reproductive Rights Assistance Project. These folks, okay, yeah, the Fox Emblem. Yeah, you're right. But I didn't even mention them Fox Emblem, but people can do their own research if they want to. WRRAP is the Women's Reproductive Rights Assistance Program. They help assist women who need access to birth control, abortions, and things like that, especially if they're living in states where they don't have access to those things because of local laws. They are very good at helping liberate women who are being oppressed by our oppressive anti-abortion laws and things like that. Okay, so if you want to help women whose rights are being stripped away, I would recommend getting involved with yeah, Mithril. It is, and we're not even. That's why I'm not even mentioning them on stream. Okay, but that's part of my issue with PSL. They're not as bad. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do infighting. Just look at both of them, see which one you like more. Okay. They so if you want to help support women who are being oppressed, and it should point out, guys, that if you get engaged with something like this, helping women secure reproductive rights also helps raise up the economic floor. Okay, women who have access to reproductive rights typically are less it's less likely they're in poverty and their wages raise faster. So it's also help lifting up the economic floor. Okay. So if you want to help women, do this. Okay. Another organization this is probably the most liberal organization on here. A lot of people don't like it. That's okay. Big Brothers, Big Sisters of America. All that they do is that they link up younger people with older people as mentors. Okay. So, there might be someone, a child who is a foster kid or grew up in a family where they didn't have any parents present, whatever it may be the case. Okay. And you can be assigned to mentor them and not, I wouldn't say parent them, but mentor them, give them advice, meet up with them ever so often, keep them on track in their lives and things like that. The reason I put them on here is I have seen this group be extremely successful before. It doesn't necessarily work to change, material conditions, but you would be surprised at how helpful it can be for a kid to have an adult to help guide them when they've grown up in a situation where they don't have that. Okay, so I highly recommend if you want to help the younger generation, guide the younger generation, you might want to join Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. See if contact them and see if you can become a mentor. All right. Okay. Lastly here, guys, this is a personal thing of mine, all right? Uh, this is recovering from religion. This is and I used to volunteer for this organization, so bias incoming, I guess, but Recovering from Religion is an organization that helps transition people from living a religious life or a life, especially like a cult level religious life, into a secular lifestyle. Okay. Into a secular way of thinking of and dealing with the world. Okay. It can be very traumatizing to leave a certain way of thinking. And a lot of times, people, when they leave a religious group or want to leave a religious affiliation, they lose their community. So, recovering from religion basically allows people to find a new community, build their own life and own community, and helps guide them through a process of rediscovering themselves and their moral codes and things like that. Recovering from religion also offers people links to secular therapy, therapists, and things like that, that will allow you to get psychological care and therapy to help start coping with any post traumatic stress disorder you may have developed from your experience in a cult. And it also has literal meetings of people who have left religion as kind of like a, I don't want to say like a Alcoholics Anonymous, but like support groups that meet up of, so people who have left religions can meet up and talk about what they're experiencing and how they're coping with this, with leaving these groups and things like that. Okay. So this is, and by the way, it is not, it sounds like really anti-religion. It does not push secularism. Okay. Like there are people who sometimes go from recovering to religion, and instead of leaving religion completely, they just go into a new religion. But like it does provide a space though for people who want to leave religion. And it is a safe space. And what I mean by that, I don't mean like the woke thing. There's a problem where like sometimes if you go to these meetings and stuff, religious people might show up just to harass you. They don't allow that. Okay, so they make sure to create a space where you're not going to be harangued by zealots about your change in religious beliefs. Okay, and they're not they don't hate religious people. Okay, it's a way to help people recover. All right, so that's another organization you can help. And by the way, I will say one of the very positive things about people, this sounds dark, about people that have been in like cult like situations is that they often have a really strong sense of mutual aid because they came from communal situations where people helped each other a lot of the time. I know that's dark, but think about like the Branch Davidians at Waco. They were doing some major mutual aid and shit like that. So a lot of times people from religious groups that are, I guess, leaving already have a good sense at how to do mutual aid. But anyway, just a note there. Okay. All right. So there you go. Those are some options. There's many more out there. You can do your own research. These are organizations you can get involved with. All right. Yes, Fetty Spaghetti. Knitting Cult Lady is great. I love her. She's great. All right, guys. Any questions about any of that? That's my little presentation here. We should all try to build mutual aid networks um, as much as you can. And I know it's not as easy, but just do your best. Uh, it'll also be helpful for you. Think about growing food, storing food. Think about, you know, any organizations you might want to get involved in if possible. Okay. There is hope. I will say that. Everyone good? Any comments, questions from the class? We all happy out there? Everyone happy? Everyone good? Okay. I'm going to put my face up. I'm going to hand out some boops. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you, Mithril. Thank you very much. Okay, so boop. All right, you guys. So, I made some Matt Saga. I had to ignore a lot of comments. There were a lot of comments, but I was talking Matt Saga. Okay. So there are a lot of organizations, guys, out there of plays things you can do that are helping. Yeah, so we'll do that. In Valid Axiom, I'll have London, or I will create a Discord channel that is about mutual aid. So we could even help each other a bit. I know that some of the community members have already been sending each other stuff. By the way, guys, please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the chat on Twitch, and somewhere in the chat, I think it might be at the top or at the bottom of the chat over on YouTube. If you want to join our Discord community, we have a fast-growing community on there. People support each other. You can also recommend things for me to react to on there. I also have a resources channel where I post shit that I've talked about. If you want to read more about it, I haven't really updated it recently. Oh, let me also show you guys something else. Speaking of that, before I hand out some boops, well, I'm going to hand out some boops first. I'm going to pee before I hand out boops, actually. You know what, guys? I'll be right back. Let me pee, and then I'll be right back. You all be good out there. You all be good. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't panic. Everything is fine. Okay? I mean, the world is falling apart, but still, everything is fine. I will not wash my hands, Fetty Spaghetti. I'm trying to build up my immune system tolerance. Okay? I am going to boop you all with pee hands. I'm just going to pee on you directly, okay? Ugh, sorry, that was gross. And for those that like that, I take it back. Anyway. All right, I'll be right back. Maybe I.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you. Now that your gaze is polarized. How do we close this door? How do you switch up your mindset? Rain doesn't care if today you planned a picnic. But I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever we wanted? Light up, just light up, illuminate you. So light up.
All right, guys. I can smell a skunk, so I think there might be a skunk nearby. So I need to quickly, I'm gonna light a candle because I can smell like a skunk and it's really gross. So give me a second. I swear to God, we have like a skunk problem. because I don't want to be sitting here smelling goddamn skunk. Okay, 1 second. Ugh. Oh gosh. There we go. That's better. All right. All right, you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right, Louise? Goddamn skunks everywhere. I swear to God. There was once a time, guys, when I was in grade school, where a skunk sprayed our house, and my sister and I went to school, and they sent us home because no one could sit next to us because we smelled so badly of skunk. Anyway, yeah, Drizilla can definitely smell it from the inside. For anyone who has never smelled a skunk before, yeah, it gets in everything. Like, even if it's not anywhere near you, like if it's outside your house and it sprays outside your whole house will smell like skunk. It'll get into the furniture. For like weeks after the skunk sprayed our house when I was younger, you would sit down on the couch and it'd be like poof, the skunk smell everywhere. Really gross. Yeah, it gets everywhere. It's really gross. Anyway, so I can smell. It might not even be near me, but it's definitely in the wind or something. I can smell skunk. Okay. Um. Oh, so let's see what we got here, guys. What do we got? Yeah. Oh, you know it. Outer signal. It's a very special smell. It's very yeah, okay. And there's all these like home remedies for trying to get it out of your skin. Like some people will say you should take a bath in tomato juice. There's like there's other things you can. There are things you can actually do to try and remove the smell, but it's not great. Yes, guys, I need to. You're right. Maybe I need to set up something where you guys will be able to see what song is playing. Air style. I know I'm very bad at air style. I like don't have anything. I have very few things set up on Twitch for people to like. You can't like check out the name of the song. You can't. There's lots of things you can't do on Twitch that you can do in other channels. I don't know how to do it, and I should look it up. But God, oh no, I'm like an old man, so I need to figure out how to do more things on Twitch, so I could set those things up for you guys. Um, yeah, so you guys can see what I'm doing. All right, you guys. So let's do some boops, shall we? Let's do some boops. Boop doop boop 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 boop. How dare you, Matt Saigai? Okay, I'm not terrible at everything. Let's do some boops. Matt Saigai gets a bromp. Bromp! You lose your boop, Matt Saigai. No, actually, you get a bonk. Bonk! How dare you, Matt Saigai? Hello, Macy. Macy gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bartholomew gets a boop. Boop. I know, Sir Bartholomew. Sometimes the smell of weed is very similar to the smell of skunk, but the skunk is definitely 1,000 times worse. Druzilla. Did I already give Druzilla a boop? Oh, well. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. I know you're out there, Body Swap. Boop. Sarah F gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. You've all been very good today. I'm very proud of you. You all get a gold star. And your groove gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want to be infantilized? Invalid Axiom gets a boop. Boop. That's for sure looking. So it definitely is stronger than weed. Yeah, okay. But sometimes if it's at a distance, it's hard to tell. I don't know why I'm talking to you about all the particulars of smelling skunk versus weed. But anyway, Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Fatty Spaghetti gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else? Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. I know SoCal's out there somewhere. Did I miss anyone? Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Eleni gets a boop. Boop. Fox Woman gets a boop. Boop. Mithril gets a boop. Boop. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. Macy gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Mithril. Boop. I don't know. Did I miss anyone? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We'll say we're good. We're good to go. I feel like we're good to go. Okay, so guys, I wanted to briefly, let's do a little educational segment of me. Okay. So I mentioned in the Discord today that I actually really enjoyed yesterday learning about a certain streamer who shall not be named, Asmongold. And I thought it was really fun to kind of because I did not know that about him. And like, I felt like you guys educated me. So I wanted to ask all of you, is there anyone else you would like that I should know about? Or like, does anyone have an idea of like another streamer or person who's or like any internet culture thing that you feel that I might not know that I should know? Does anyone have any ideas of what you could tell me about? I'm just curious. I put this message over in Discord to give people a chance to think of an idea. If anyone has an idea of something they need to, I also need Alyssa, shame on you, Brump. Okay, that's okay, Alyssa. I've eaten it there too. Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein. I think I know a little bit about Ethan Klein. He had something going on with Hassan, right? I know that there was some sort of conflict there. I don't know much about him. I just know that there was some sort of weird conflict. That's good, Louise. Okay. No, not Ethan Klein. Should we not look into Ethan Klein? What, Dolly Boy? What? I'm literally trying to learn here. Well, okay. Oh God, everyone's freaking out about Ethan Klein. Maybe this is the one I should look at. Should we take a look at? Should I look into Ethan Klein? Oh God, Sir Bartholomew. Well, that's all I need to know. His wife is ex-IDF. Ooh. Okay. So what? Okay. What? Okay. Fine. We'll look at Ethan Klein. I'm sorry, Lurking Snow Leopard. I literally don't know. I just want to know my coworkers, right? I don't know. The Ethan Klein fair use case is low-key funny, though. Really? Do you mean something political? I mean Airstyle, like internet cultural stuff that I might be dumb and not know about. Like I didn't know much about Asmongold. Like basically drama slop. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, what is it? What about I'm sorry, Lurking Snow Leopard. I know, like, but Airstyle, you should that nuclear scientist guy, you should put it in the Discord, okay? You should know your enemies. Okay, fair. So okay, so Ethan, you know what? I'll look him up. I'm gonna look him up. Give me a second. He has like a yes, I do. Okay, good outer signal. I do know who clavicular is. I've learned about him, unfortunately. But good idea. Ethan Klein. Okay, what's the drama? Wait, I don't get it. It doesn't tell me what the drama is. Ethan Klein. Is he very pro-Israel, I'm guessing, from what you guys told me? Ethan Klein. Oh God. Oh my God. Let me just show you guys. I typed in Ethan Klein on YouTube and it's just all things about how horrible he is. What is the deal here? Look, it looks like a while back I started watching a video about him debating Hassan, but I only got in like 8 minutes and then stopped. So I don't know. Looks maxing. Yeah. So what should I learn about him? What do I need to know? Does anyone have a good video about it? Anyone have a good recommended video that we could watch so I can get an idea about what he's about and why he's an issue? Oh, there's a lot of things with Hassan here. It looks like I've watched this video, but I don't remember this shit. The Amen animations. Okay, we'll do that. Oh, wait. So outer signal. Where's my face, by the way? Ethan, you said Ethan and Hassanabi were besties, but Ethan couldn't accept it was a genocide and lashed out at Hassan. Oh God. Okay. We'll do Amon animations. And guys, as you know, I'm not even going to say that now because clearly I'm doing it. I'm not a big fan of the drama slot, but it's interesting. I am interested in learning because these are the people that everyone always talks about. Okay. So this Mouseword sent me this one. What's this? I'm suing these creators. What is he suing them over? This is a 20-minute video. Let me try. We'll go back to that. I just want to try the aim and animations that someone might recommend me. So, okay. He's from H3 Productions. I've heard of that. Amon Ethan Klein. This one? Amon Animations? Is this the one, guys, that I should watch? Okay, we'll watch this. Is this the one? Now, this is 15 minutes. I'll go back to Meowzords, too. He dropped a content nuke on Hassan, then sued smaller creators for... Really? Oh, God. Okay, we'll watch.
Sued for copyright infringement and it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy.
Okay, so Meowzord, he made a Hassan video and then copyrighted it. And a bunch of streamers were like, let's put the video on stream so Ethan doesn't get views. And then he sues them. Okay.
AKA Matt Haas Zone. We did our thing and we made a reaction video about him on our second channel, Ethan and Eli. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us.
Oh, God. Wait, so Paul Squaw says, I won't understand it by just watching animations. LaQuah, he is suing all these women pro-Palestine creators because they reacted to his content nuke, which is ironic because he's the guy that helped create fair use. Sounds like a lovely person.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
What the hell? Oh, is that his wife? Is that the ex-IDF?
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker, the leftover.
Why did he emphasize the word acquaintance? That was weird. So you said they used to be besties? He sounds kind of butthurt. Like, what happened? That he's like, with my acquaintance. To be clear, it's my acquaintance. We were never friends. That's kind of what it sounded like.
Podcast, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I
Oh, God, I hate him already. I don't even need to see the rest of this, I know.
started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Wait, did he actually... So those are actually his words? He says that Hassan likes terrorists?
Started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
Yeah, at the time he went all in on Hassan being anti-Semitic.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as
No, Hassan's not a Democrat. I don't think Hassan has ever been a Democrat, right? I don't think he ever has associated himself with the Democratic Party.
he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against
Gotcha, outer signal.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates
Accurate.
liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
Sorry,
This
dude,
is
I
funny.
hate liberals so
Okay, I'm
much.
getting
This
it.
man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend? What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest.
Guys, don't make me say nice things about Hassan. I'm jealous, right? It's like asking the small mom and pop store to compliment Walmart. Okay, I'm not. I like Hassan, but I don't want to say it on stream. I don't want to give power to. Anyway, God damn it. Okay.
to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Hello, everybody. This is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 Show. All right, so obviously I'm about to have a really
Sam.
uncomfortable conversation about
Jonas, how dare you?
on, and you know, I wanted to do a really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. The openness and brazenness with anti-Semitism has left me no choice. I have no choice.
Well, okay, I'm guessing by anti-Semitism he means anti-Israel or anti-genocide.
But I'm hallucinating.
It's not the same thing, Nuzel. I'm not saying Hassan is Walmart. I'm making a point about power, right? Hassan is a very large and powerful creator. I'm a small and not very powerful creator. I like Hassan, but I don't want to compliment him on my stream because I'm vying for what's the term? Space in the political scene. You see what I mean? I'm just being honest about it, okay?
According to Hassan. Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now is that since
Gotcha, Jonas.
October 7th, Twitch has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts. Secretly, silently, no statement, no
Blocked the entire well, that hasn't been working well, I can promise you there. It certainly still appears as if there are tons of accounts out there spewing pro-Israel propaganda. So if someone's trying to block Israel's accounts, they're not doing very well.
explanation. Has blocked an entire fucking country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on. Before you answer.
Yeah.
But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable? This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123, that word. Yeah, well, apparently that's dope. In Hassan, it's by Hassan, and in his community, I Love Hamas 123 is just another member of his community. I'm being real.
No, I got to tell you guys, there's certain things I can't say on this stream, but I will say this. I really love Nat Turner. I also really loved Captain Jack that we learned about yesterday. You know, I'm just saying, really loved really cool figures in history, Captain Jack and Nat Turner. Just saying.
It's just way too many coincidences. Hassan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there.
He's the most viewed live streamer live right now.
Yeah, because they keep putting him at the top fucking page every day.
Yeah, but yeah.
And what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform.
Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Captain Jack was a terrorist. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Nat Turner, big time terrorist. Sorry. Shouldn't have said that, right? Real bad mistake there. Anyway, moving on.
Call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism.
Jesus.
This is fringe.
No, he literally sounds like a lunatic, and it's not just because of the animations, which are definitely multiplying it, but he does sound like a lunatic.
Psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking when you...
Yeah, it doesn't... You're actually... That's a good point, Aristotle. Doesn't Asmongold... Isn't he also on Twitch and is constantly shitting on Hassan and shitting on Palestine and shit? I could be wrong. Okay.
Guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't. And then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically. Like you unfold the uncircumcised part.
Is this why he's so much larger than me? Do I need to talk about docking? Like, is that going to get me more views? Should I do that?
The penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they
outer
just
signal.
touch.
This
It's
is
not-
true.
Yeah. It's kind of like
That's
that.
true,
Is that
Sam.
sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
I don't think that it's like that at all.
This is Nazi shit.
Oh my god.
S-tier race? Are you fucking kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hassan and all these fucking people are running
call it the
defense for
French
this
hello.
shit. I have spent every waking moment.
So when we're just watching it so that I can get an idea of the things that Ethan Klein has said, because these are actual his actual words.
This project.
Except for when you take care of your kids, right?
I don't think Hassan knows what's coming. I feel
God,
like
he really does sound like a paranoid lunatic. And again, this might be because of how they're highlighting it, but does he actually do this? Is he like obsessing about Hassan all the time? That's certainly what it seems like. It seems like he cannot get Hassan out of his head, which is kind of funny. I mean, a lot of us can't get him out of our head, but for different reasons, I'm sure. LaCroix, oh yeah, I forgot he thought saying, really? That's hilarious, LaCroix. He thought that saying that kind of hummus was, okay. CR, if you want to know the stuff Ethan has said, you should watch the videos Cavern. Okay. Crazy how his wife was. Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, interesting.
be one of the best takedown videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been faced with such a daunting task. I
no,
find
is that
myself
Destiny?
overwhelmed with the quantity of footage, and I have
10,
tried everything.
9,
God, he does sound like he
avoid
has an issue.
7, 6.
Launching this
Guys, okay, so I'm sorry. I know this might be boring to some people because you know all this, you know all of this lore, but in one of these clips, it sounded like there was someone else on set saying to him, like trying to calm him down. Does that happen? They said, like, I heard there was like someone in the background going, "Well, Ethan, I don't know." Really, left turn? Like, was that someone in his like? Does he have like a crew of people on his show? Were one of his own crew members trying to calm him down and be like, "Well, you're kind of overthinking it." That's kind of funny if that's true. Really, that's hilarious. Okay, literally, he's so unhinged that his own crew has to calm him down. Thank you. I'll take a drink. Thank you. That's weird. Okay.
Nuclear bomb.
If I ever get like this, guys, would you yell at me? Please yell at me. Bonk me over the head.
4.
But Hassan has
3,
continually provoked me
1.
and forced my hand.
Are you going to be watching Ethan's content?
Dear God,
nuke?
what is
The
this?
answer is, of course not.
The title of the show is Hassan and Goons Are Evil, Cowardly Liars. Now,
Yeah,
I,
Sam.
once again, am looking to not, to move on past it. Yeah, I'm just going to get into the Hassan stuff. This is the result of Hassan's activism. Hassan Piker, Hassan, propagandist, lying
Dear God.
terrorist supporter. Hassan's the type of dude who watches
I believe it,
himself in the
Invalid
mirror.
Axim. You can wreck me with bonks whenever you want, Invalid Axim. I'm sorry, that sounded dirty. Okay.
Sex. He probably
You
sets
only
up a
get
mirror,
like this when I talk about China. Oh, come on, Jonas. No, I don't.
jerks off watching himself.
I want to think about that. Man.
How
Think
dare
about
you,
it.
Jonas.
Hassan dropped new merch today, guys.
Shame
What
on
a
you, Jonas.
dumb, cringy fucking tryhard. Please, can we just all point, make a circle
Don't you laugh at him, Dolly boy.
around him and point and laugh? Can we please just fucking point and laugh at him? And why is this? Why do we allow this? This should be illegal, and nobody cares. Somebody, please! It's insanely pathetic.
I'm about to hit Celestial.
Wait, what was he talking about? Was he actually talking about that image of Hassan or talking about something Hassan said?
Tonight. Where you at?
Celestial?
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even
It's,
know what that is.
That's what it's called, right? The
I
one
know,
grandma's
well,
on?
right? I
Where
agree.
were we? I wanted to say Hassan is the human embodiment of the Che Guevara shirt sold at Hot Topic. He is that.
Is that supposed to be an insult? I mean, I get that. Like, okay, as a socialist, I'm like, yeah, you mean like commodifying revolution or something? I can see that, but that's kind of cool. I kind of want a Che Guevara shirt. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know, what is he supposed to be insulting? Is that supposed to be a bad thing?
Personified.
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
Yeah.
I would love to open the stream, but I think things are too contentious.
Right, Dolly boy? It sounds like a. Dear God.
The hallucinations are starting to feel a lot more real. Whoa. It's a little catty and weird, considering
There you go, LaCroix.
I feel like our conflict at this point runs so deep.
Oh yeah, no, China is awesome. Like, China is beating us by head over heels. Don't listen to Jonas. I don't hate China. All right, I don't go crazy over China.
But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it.
Oh, he hates Cuba. So this guy hates. Ethan Klein hates Cuba.
Out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Jesus Christ! To get the full picture on this, 5 hours of Jesus. Okay. Okay, guys, the idea. Okay, so he is absolutely bonkers about Hassan and like is a raging Zionist and seems to literally have lost his mind a little bit over it. Now, has Hassan hurt him economically or some shit? It's just to be a contrarian. Yeah. Okay. Like, it's just, is this what it is? Like, he's just obsessed with Hassan and like losing his mind all the time. Okay. Dear God. All right. Say, what do you mean, Bat? You said right side says Bad Empanada is live streaming. What? Sam Cedar entrance incoming. Yes. I have seen that Sam Cedar thing where he comes in with that other guy and like ruins his. Okay. It right hurt him by being pro genocide. I guess. All right. No more than Ethan's hurt himself. Okay. Hilarious. All right. So that's Ethan Klein. So now we have covered. I get the general idea here. I'm going to quickly just last bit here. Ethan Klein. By the way, we all know it's not true that the phrase "river to the sea" is fundamentally genocidal, right? We all know that. Do we even have to cover that? I feel like it'd be a waste of time to cover that. You all know that, right? When Ethan Klein says that that's not true, right? Okay. Anyway, H3, but I'm just gonna just doing a quick. The ADL disagrees. I know, right? Okay, so here it is. For copyright infringement on the video. Okay. Hassan Zanad claims that he initially contacted Klein to politely ask him to remove him, but they refused. Philip DeFranco? I've heard of this person before. Who is this? Who's Philip DeFranco? Oh my God, we're going to go down a rabbit hole if I ask that question, aren't we? I don't know who this guy is. It says here that a video on this was released on H3 Productions the following month. Fellow YouTuber Philip DeFranco started a fundraiser on GoFundMe to help raise money for Klein's legal fees, citing the need to protect fair use on YouTube. Okay. The Kleins announced that the $130,000 raised would go into an escrow account called the Fair Use Protection. All right. The Kleins won the lawsuit suit. Okay. Oh, okay. So he literally is the one. Is he based? Okay. He is the one that that did the fair use thing. I got that. So then reaction content. Klein revealed his plans to sue Twitch streamers Denims, Frogan, and Casitron for copyright infringement. He alleged these streamers, oh my God, that's like used substantial portions of his video covering Hassan Piper with minimal commentary. Klein noted that all three streamers had encouraged their viewers to watch Klein's video on their own stream with the stated purpose of depriving him from income from those views. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so he seems like gross. He's gross. Okay, got you. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that guy as well at some point. Looks like he was helping keep fair use going. Well, guys, thank you. Thank you for educating me. I now know I'm not a big fan of Ethan Klein for the most part. I'm gonna actually look at some of his shit. It's such a rabbit hole, dear God. This is like so much lore I'm so unaware of. It's kind of like watching those lore videos about 40K when you're trying to go to bed or some shit. Anyway, so thank you. I now know about Ethan Klein. So now you've educated me about Asmongold, Ethan Klein. By the way, Asmongold still makes me sick to my stomach. Marzipan, I remember watching the Philly D show when I was like 9. Cool. Okay, so that's cool. So Phil DeFranco, I'm going to take a look at his stuff at some point too. All right, so that's good. That's some good drama content right there. So now I know about that figure, the whole Ethan Klein stuff. You should watch the video of his wife, Gila Klein, talking about war crimes she did. Okay. Gila Klein. War crimes. I am honestly am curious about that. She just openly talked about it. How did people react to that? What does anyone have a good video about that? Her voice is a war, really? Okay. See here, Gila Klein. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Gila Klein war crimes. The truth about Gila Klein rating a Destiny is another ass. I do know about. Oh God, I don't want to go. I know if I go down the Destiny rabbit hole, I'll lose my mind. I've heard Destiny say some things I deeply disagree with. That's all I know about him is I don't like a lot of his takes. Okay, hilarious climb. Barely's a meat worthy and unworthy. Oh, of course. Okay, so I don't know where to find any clips of her making comments about this shit. But okay. See here. How about some Deharman? What? Deharman? Crime. You have a link? Okay, Sam, could you post it? Do you mind posting it in the chat? Just so I can see what this is. Trapped in Israel. Ethan Klein destroys our gimbal. What? Boop-a-doop-a-boo. Yeah, I don't see anything about it. Watched Ethan for a super long time. Oxpecker says, I watched Ethan for a super long time. Oh, okay. Gila discusses her time in the IDF. Gila. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh my God, he looks so
In the
thin.
military, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did how was your experience in the military?
It was okay. I didn't do anything like, I wasn't like a combative role.
Yeah, you weren't a
Then
fighter.
I wasn't a fighter, so I didn't have anything like crazy to tell. But I don't know. It's kind of like a mandatory job that you have to go to.
And you don't get paid for.
Yeah.
Someone said, is it like a
Oh, am I going to get
forced vacation?
copyrighted because apparently he's very litigious? Oh, well, I'm too small. No one gives a shit.
No.
No.
It's more like a forced job.
Fourth job?
Forced up. Because you, what
Oh,
did you do?
forced
What was your
job.
role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office, somewhat close to my.
Yeah, that's true, Sam. You can't. I've heard people that go to jail because they say no. So she could have just said no. It's not like she's forced. No excuses. What Ethan does is he waits until someone, Oxpecker says, is in the middle of a scandal and then strikes at a person as soon as they seem unsympathetic to the internet. Oh, well, that sounds, wow, lovely guy.
House in Tel Aviv, and it was kind of like going to a day job in an office.
Oh, I got you, Mounsword. Okay, that's fair.
It happened right after
Right.
there was some kind of a second war in.
Why? She's so slow. Can we like speed it up? I'm gonna speed it up. Sorry, guys. She's just so like I've never like my grandfather fought in World War II on the beaches at Normandy, and he was never like, oh, it's just war. It was like a day job. Goobadoo-poo-poo. Okay, maybe she didn't do direct combat, but can we like add some? I don't know, add something to your voice.
Was it in
I remember
Gaza?
that, yeah.
There was some sort of a small war.
Yeah.
When I was there, and so my job was to like when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically help with like their hotel or a room,
Yeah,
things
nice.
like that. But it was all on the computer. It just felt like some computer thing.
Right, okay. So secretary.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and it was super boring, and I really hated it because it was just like I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back.
Wait,
home.
was she in Gaza or in Palestine somewhere?
I hated it. So I
God,
tried
in your
to
groove.
change my role. And it was something like you can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out, and then they're going to give you something else, completely random. you have
Different
no
position.
idea.
Different
Jesus.
post.
Yeah.
Different location.
So I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, she's more of a threat to the Israelis than Hamas is. Just sit her in a room with the entire, like all the Israelis, and she talks long enough, and not many of them are. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to continue.
I hated everything about it. Didn't want to do it. You just because if you're doing something that it felt like I wasn't doing anything, like I was just wasting my life.
Yeah.
It could get really frustrating. I don't know.
Right.
And you got to do it for 2 years.
Right.
So I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more.
What was that doing?
Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the new one was in a way that was a base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week, and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of it.
Oh, okay. So she got bored doing the non-killy genocide stuff. So she was more of the, okay. So she was like, I'm not a big fan of being the Eichmann kind of genocideer. Hannah Arendt famously said about Eichmann that, the banality of evil, he was mainly a paper pusher. He had all the names of the Jews and he would send them off for execution or whatever. I know she may not have been doing that exactly, but she was more of so she started off as more of a secretarial genocideer, and then that bored her, and she's like, no, I want direct action. I want a direct role in the genocide, right? I don't want to do the paper pushing part of the genocide. Okay, just clarifying.
Different experience that I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer, and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know.
Were you
A
doing
lot,
secretary work
Mechakind.
there?
So yeah, I was the secretary of the head of the. There's like a, I don't know the terms in English from the army.
Right.
It's
He
hard
was
to
an
translate.
officer.
So there was I was in Dukhifat, which is like a brigade, I guess.
Sam. So Sam says a lot of criminals want to go on adventure during war. Graham Plattner said he joined the military because he wanted to go on an adventure. Yeah, Sam. I'm not defending Graham Plattner. That's beside the point of this. That is throughout history a common trend amongst young men, and a lot of times societies promote young men going on adventures. A lot of young men urge for adventure, and then the military propagandizes them and convinces them that war is an adventure. So I wouldn't say necessarily that war criminals want to go on an adventure as much as a lot of young men want to go on an adventure, and then the military convinces them that going to kill people overseas is that adventure. And by the way, a lot of the times those young men are from very bad economic backgrounds, especially in the United States. And then they're told that, here you have you have a chance to go on an adventure, and we're going to pay for your college and stuff when you come back. You won't have to work this horrible minimum wage job at the dollar store. So let's go on a masculine super adventure. And yeah, so I see what you're saying, but I feel like that is a bit of an oversimplification, if that makes sense.
That's in charge of the area of Ramallah.
Thank you, Mechakind.
And that brigade has like a main officer. So I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it was nice. It was
that come
interesting. It was more demanding in a way, but also
Yeah.
kind of more rewarding because you're put in this weird situation.
Yeah, look, so I'm not trying to, God, let me pause for a second, guys. First of all, she's a murderous piece of shit. I can already tell. She's like, I wanted to go do more exciting shit. I wanted to kill more babies and stuff. Okay, fine, whatever. So we'll watch this more of this. But LaCroix says you get to visit exotic locales, murder them, essay the women. Quite the adventure, right? Obviously, I know you're joking, LaCroix, but that's not how the war is presented to young men, right? It's viewed as like this epic, cool, fun adventure. Blah 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 blah. Like you're gonna be super hyper masculine and shit like that. And I'm not defending what men, a lot of these guys and women too go end up doing, and I'm not referring to her, by the way. Okay. But that is the propaganda that is put out there, and it has been the case throughout. Exactly, Dolly Boy. It's been that case throughout history. Happened in World War I, happened in World War II, happened during the Crusades, happened during and so I'm explaining this. But Sam, okay, this is my point, Sam. Okay, so Sam says bad economic background is no excuse. Don't get to kill worse off people so you can get healthcare and education. Yeah, Sam, I disagree. Okay, and I know, Sam, you're not excusing. I disagree, and I am not saying I would do that, nor am I saying that those people aren't completely completely okay. So yeah, but that has happened literally throughout history. That's why I'm saying this. During World War I in the UK, they was presented to the men as a great adventure they're all going to go on. It is a fact of propaganda, and it is primarily the fault of the state. Okay, it is not necessarily the fault of individuals who end up going to do that. That is part of it. Okay, you see what I mean? That is sort of part of the propaganda that happens, and the state should be hated for that, and gender norms should be hated for that. And a lot of the individuals that go do this do, in fact, end up committing war crimes. But a lot of them do go do it for bad reasons. I'm just saying that I don't think that I would want to blame every single individual soldier that goes over and fights. Okay. And I got to tell you, the reason I'm saying this is because I worked in very low income schools, and they were constantly having to deal with recruiters coming into these schools. Okay. Like literally, recruiters for the U.S. military target low-income schools, especially in black and brown neighborhoods, where people don't have much of an economic future, and then they bribe them with college, with like desires for college and shit like that, and that makes it like a lot hard. That makes it hard. Like, and it's a big problem. Okay, I don't know how to explain it. Correct. Exactly, Sam. I agree. It should be banned in high schools. Okay, but unfortunately, it's still around, and unfortunately, they propagandize to young America. Yeah. Here's outer signal. Oh my God, outer signal. You're so right. Too young to drink, barely old enough to vote. Here's some socialism. Join the army. Yep. And guys, we always talk about. And this is why I'm like I'm talking about it this way. We talk about child soldiers. You know how like there's all that media out there about child soldiers in Africa. And I do say the word Africa because that's how it's presented. Like apparently the whole continent of Africa is full of child soldiers. If you just look at the language that's used about it, that's not the case. But we have child soldiers here. I'm sorry, but like an 18-year-old, and I know that's not the same as like a 13 or 14-year-old, but like, yeah, that's like that you're not even old enough to drink and you're being sent to go murder people and get killed. So yeah, there you go, Alyssa. So like, yeah, your brother joined the Marines, Alyssa. He did 5 years, never saw combat, but traveled to Italy and Dubai and did a lot of drinking. Yeah. And so, yeah, this is why I'm saying there is I'm not defending war or what these guys do in war, but I am saying that if we want to stop that, it's a systemic problem. It's not an individual problem. Okay. It isn't. Sometimes it is. Okay. Oxpecker, also, if we turn away with every ex-military leftist that screams, I want the aesthetic revolution, but I don't actually want anyone with combat experience. Yeah, Ox, exactly. And Ox, yeah, Ox, I got to tell you, Ox, I studied military history in college, and I have been told by lefties before that they will raise their eyebrow at me about that and assume I'm like a super conservative or think that I don't care about people because I know a little bit about the military. That's not the case. So yeah, you're right. All right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Ex-military leftists are waiting around for you to accept them. LOL, don't worry. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. And I'm not trying to, you guys know I'm not pro-war. I'm not pro-war crimes. I'm just saying, okay, Cicero Fields, my husband was a child soldier at 17, able to join the army to be sent to Korea during the Korean War. He joined to get out of his little podunk town. He wanted better than his father's. Yeah, like that's like the most common thing. All right, that's the most common thing. Yay, Matt Saga, congratulations. Our society is sick. Okay, it exploits people. And it's, guys, I might get pushed back for saying this. I think I've said it before. Can we see how it's almost a kind of form of ethnic cleansing to purposely target poor people and people of color and then send them to go die? Like, there's kind of a weird thing there, even if it's not necessarily done perfect. Okay. You see what I mean? Okay. So, all right. If you are ex-military leftist, Sam says, it depends on the context. If you did one tour and did things and repent, but if you did multiple tours and got a Nazi, that's fair, Sam. I know you're talking about Graham Plattner. I get that. All right. Yes. Okay, so guys, let's continue. I think you guys get the idea here. Matt Saga, I'm very proud of you. Good job. Everyone congratulate Matt Saga finally submitting his PhD thesis. Okay. All right. I got to tell you, Graham Plattner, I don't know, Sylvia, I honestly tell you, I don't know enough about Graham Plattner. I keep hearing there's drama about him and stuff, and I know we talked about it a little bit a while back, but I don't know enough about him, and I know he has like a Nazi tattoo. I don't know enough about him. That's why I'm not commenting very much. I don't know what's happened since then. I'm just kind of ignorant about it. Let's put it that way. So let's continue here.
Where you're away.
And by the way, Sam, I know that we may disagree on that, Sam, but I totally get your perspective. I want to point that out. I think we all know that it's okay that we disagree on some of this shit.
From your house, you have this new group of people that you have to get along with, and It's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah.
Is that true, Sam?
my
I don't
officers
know
and,
that.
like,
Okay.
The soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid.
Right.
A raid?
In Ramala to arrest terrorists. And so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She wanted to go on a raid. She's like, I would love to go slaughter people. That's true, Sam. Okay. You get a boop, Sam. Boop. All right. Mainly because your name is Sam, and I appreciate that. Okay. I'm sorry. That's not your name, Sam. Your name, you want to be called. What do you want to be? Atomic. Atomic. By the way, everyone, I'm going to call Sam for now on Atomic. Atomic is Sam. Sam is Atomic. Atomic requested on Discord that I call Sam Atomic. So Sam is now Atomic, as there are many other people whose names I don't call what their names are on YouTube or whatever. There you go, Atomic. Forgive me. I forgot I said I would do that. Okay, Atomic. All right.
Had an urge to go with them.
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
Wanted to see it.
Okay.
So they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
No,
you
you
heard
just hear it.
It's a gnarly armored Jeep. Okay.
And I mean, it was just interesting.
They were So someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
Oh, too bad. Oh, that's unfortunate. They were such a bad aim. Anyway, I mean, legally, that is perfectly illegal, by the way. I mean, I'm sorry, perfectly legal, by the way, for an occupied people to resist an occupation. Okay. That is perfectly legal to shoot at a car full of IDF soldiers. I'm not trying to advocate for violence. I'm just saying, guys, according to international law, that is perfectly legal for that to happen. All right. All right. By the way, you're all Metal Gear Solid nerds. I see that.
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Well, Alyssa, what do you mean I'm going to get banned? I didn't say I support it. I'm just saying, according to international law, it is perfectly legal to resist an occupation. I am not joking. That is a fact. Okay.
But surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
Oh, good.
You
different
go.
car.
There's a few.
Oh,
cars
this.
around.
That's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very,
Invalid.
very weird.
How so?
Thank you for trying to protect me, though,
I don't
Alyssa.
know. Just you see people.
What? Okay, I cannot stand this woman. She's just like, you know, we did a genocidal raid and we did terror tactics and tried to intimidate innocent civilians, you know, and then we arrested people, you know, why not? We threw them in prison like a bunch of SS soldiers hunting down Jewish people in Europe. That's, it was kind of boring. I mean, it was better than the desk job, right? It was better than doing the paper pushing part of the genocide. But at least it was, it was a little bit more exciting. But we got shot at too. Oh, it was exciting. We got shot at, Oh my God, this lady, I cannot stand her. I don't even want to call her lady. All right. Atomic.
In the
All
house,
right.
and then it's like
I have not left her.
the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Rifling through their houses, looking for guns and shit. This lady is a goddamn lunatic. And honestly, I gotta admit though, she's a goddamn lunatic, and yet she seems much more sane than most of the Zionist IDF soldiers I've seen. Like, and she's not sane, but she's like a goddamn war criminal piece of shit. But like, dear God, that's the state we've come to, that someone like her seems more calm than some of the other IDF soldiers I've seen. And she's just like casually talking about doing genocide and you know, basically facilitating illegal genocide, ethnic cleansing, and things like that, and be like, yeah, you know, it's just, yeah, you know, yeah, we did this. It was kind of boring. Yeah, yeah. I signed off on the names of the camps that are people that are gonna go into the gas chambers. You know, okay. Oh my God, these people, I can't stand it. All right, so that's his wife, and he also, by the way, is equally as guilty for sitting there and kind of being like, "Oh, oh wow, really? Ooh, yeah, you go, girl. Yeah, you slaughtered all this. I mean, you assisted in ethnic cleansing and forced displacement. Ooh, did you sign that death warrant? Ooh, like, okay, thank you, Ethan Klein. You're a goddamn monster. As Lacroix, she made it seem quite banal. Yep, just like Anna Arendt said about the Holocaust, the banality of evil. Yeah, Slay Queen. Oh my God. All right, Sam. I'm sorry, goddamn Sam. Atomic. You said she reminds me of Irma Grease. I don't know who she is. Maybe I've heard that name though. I don't remember though. If you maybe tell me, Atomic. So anyway, yeah, right, Mars Vampire. That's good. Well, thank you guys. I now know very well who these people are and the kind of folks they are. Okay, they sound lovely. They look like lovely people. Love that shit. Now someone told me there's a debate. We don't have to watch it now unless people want to watch it. Unless so you guys said that Hassan debated. Someone told me, I think a little bit back, that Hassan debated Ethan. Oh God, wait, what was this before or after they had a breakup? Was this before or after the breakup? Oh, I got you. Then that's why I've heard of her. That's why I've heard of her, Atomic. The debate is like 10 hours long. Okay, we're not going to watch it then, but okay, it was after. Ooh, I'm going to watch that on my own time then. That sounds fun. Okay. It's so long we won't watch it then. Have you ever heard of the Bitch of Buchenwald? That's another interesting character there, Atomic. So we won't watch it, but that's interesting. Okay, thank you guys. I learned so much today. I learned so much today. Thank you. All right, I love Zionists. Don't we all? Don't we all love Zionists? We love the genocidal the mind-numbing genocidal insanity of it. Just watch the highlights. Okay. Okay. So, highlights. Yes, learning, right? Marzipan Power. I thank you guys for teaching me. See, now the students have become the teacher. Highlights. I am just gonna see if I can find a video here before I go. So I just posturing and talking circles. Yeah. Highlights, Ethan. I'm not gonna watch it now, but I'm gonna save it for later. Hassan debate, because I don't want to watch the whole damn thing. Because now I'm curious. Oh, cool. Cool. Okay, God, even the highlights is an hour long. All right, we'll just save that to a playlist. Okay. All right, you guys. Thank you for that. That was lovely. Thank you for my educational segment today. I am learning very much about a bunch of crazy people. All right. While trying to ban mail-in voting, Trump votes by mail in Florida. Of course he does. All right. I'm gonna get out of some of these pages because I have a bunch of shit going on. I'm gonna see, is there anything happen? Before we continue, I just wanted to see if there's anything happening in the news that I am missing. Because God knows every moment. Okay, interesting. I mean, this is just CNN, but it looks like nothing really new is happening. Okay. So guys, I'm going to go back. Let me see what we got here on Discord. Please join our Discord community if you haven't already. It's posted at the top of the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, in which case you'll be able to recommend things for me to react to. We haven't done much history today, have we? Haven't done much history today at all. By the way, guys, if you like my content, I haven't done any of this today. If you like my content, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month by clicking the join button, which will give you access to a cute little jester hat next to your name and access to members only emojis. Okay, members only emojis in the chat over on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime for free and send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. I would deeply appreciate it. Then you'll no longer have to see ads, which I don't make any money off yet anyway, because the world's unfair. which would also be greatly helpful. Or follow me on Twitch. I'm trying to get to 300 followers, and we're almost there. If you don't mind, try and follow me on Twitch. I think we only need like 10 more. And all right, I think that's everything. Have I done all my advocacy? Oh yes, you can also buy me a coffee using the QR code that's next to my face up on the screen, or it's also linked. All right, love that. Okay. Up now, I just showed up. Now I go. No education. Hello, Luke. Okay, guys, let's watch this. This was sent. Ads are disabled if I have politics tags. Oh, well, that explains it. Okay, because I haven't gotten anything of ads on Twitch. 1 second, guys. I need to grab a towel. I just pissed on myself. No, I didn't. I actually just spilled some water. Okay, give me a second. Ugh. Don't clip that. God damn it. Spilling some. All right. Okay, you. Get this water. I got a little bit on my. I got a little bit on my. Shut up. Okay, I got a little bit of the water on my keyboard. Don't want that shit. Ugh. Don't be a klutz like me, guys, and like spill water on your electric equipment. Okay. All right. Sorry, I know that it started playing because I was. Okay. There we go.
Recently, there's been a lot of
now,
talk about the idea.
Let's
of
watch this video. This was sent
Palestinian
to us. Oh, you guys can probably hear that video while I was talking. This is. Oh God, I went through multiple videos. Let's go back. So let's watch this video. This was sent to us by Mr. King K. It says is. Oh, good. This is going to be a happy one. This is Yeah, I know, Mithril, right? God. Okay. All right. So let's watch this. This is. What was I going to say? This is a video. It says Israeli soldiers roll Palestinian car off cliff in occupied West Bank. They're not Nazis at all, guys. Not Nazis at all. Let's watch. Now, was there someone inside the car, or were they just destroying someone else's shit? Just for shits and giggles because they're a bunch of genocidal monsters. Oh, what's this?
Festivities wound down.
Oh, actually, this looks great. This actually sounds like a perfect transition. Louis Theroux, The Settlers. Ooh, let's watch this. Speaking of Israel, let's watch the genocidal state a little bit, shall we? It's always a great time for us. By the way, Free Palestine. Let's get some Free Palestine in the chat here, guys. Let's watch some Free Palestine in the chat, please. I want to hear some Free Palestine in the chat. I know it doesn't actually do anything except for I want to see some Free Palestine in the chat. Okay, let's watch. This just came on right after this video. I don't know who this lady is, but it's okay. I want to see what this said. A cute little ethno state. Nothing brings me more joy than having a cute little ethno state. Ooh, you're such a cute little ethno state. Those always end very well historically, by the way. Always great bastions of human rights. Great bastions of human rights. Never abusive of people at all. This lady is a monster. Moving on.
Do they speak?
Oh my God. Oh my God, this crazy bitch. Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as settler violence. Oh my God. What planet is she okay. Lying bitch. Oh my goodness. I cannot stand. Sorry, I'm calm. Dear God. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. She just says it out loud. That's insane to me. She just like openly okay, like we're not okay. A lot of these folks think we're dumb, right? Like how dumb would you have to be to and by the way, yeah, great, look at this pause on her face. That's perfect. Yeah, like that's literally it's violent by its nature. This lunatic, dear God. Fake news, Sam. Gwen. Oh my, yeah, like she's what is this little Hitler? She should have a little mustache. Insane. God. Oh, that was interesting. She just assaulted him. Guys, come on. We all know that she is doing so she reason she did that is because she's pissed with him. Like, you can kind of tell. But, like, violence is inherent to these settlers, right? They love violence. So she just probably took out her frustration with his hard questions on him and then is using it as an excuse, right? Is being like, "Well, no, I'm just showing you what happens." You know, she wanted to do violence to him. She's asserting her authority, right? Yeah, guys, this is literally there is literally back during the slave times in the United States, okay? Yeah, it's a power move, Sylvie. Back during slavery. Okay. Has anyone seen the movie 12 Years a Slave? Okay. It was very common when newly enslaved people were brought to the Americas that there would be sort of, what's the term? Arbitrary violence done to them, okay? That they would, like, you know, they might speak up at the wrong time even though they're doing nothing wrong and have their noses broken. They might, you know, not stand in the right place in a line while being put up for auction, and suddenly there's a cane smashing them in the side of the head. Okay, it is arbitrary violence to assert authority and to assert power. That is what was done to slaves. Okay, you just do arbitrary violence, even if the enslaved person wasn't really doing anything disobedient, even if it was just like part of confusion or not sure what to do. Arbitrary violence to assert authority and to teach obedience. That's what she's doing. She's like a slave owner. Isn't that cute? That's lovely. These people are so lovely. Okay. So lovely, such an angelic human being. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. They really do. They like project exactly what they're doing. She is explaining exactly what the settlers do. They will do violence to the Palestinians and then say the Palestinians were the violent ones and then try to claim you didn't get the full story from the camera angle, or like she is explaining God. Oh my God, these are the most annoying people and like evil, evil, evil people. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh my God. I cannot, like, I have trouble stomaching even listening to these people anymore. You know, I know, Alyssa, thank you for protecting me, but I know I'm going to say, you know, we could use some more Captain Jacks in this world, right? This looks like a really good ridge line for holding defensive positions. I'm just saying, you know, oh, well, you know what I mean. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just a jester. Right? I'm just joking, guys, but seriously, like, you know, anyway, moving on. It's like a lovely defensive position in Minecraft. I agree.
Or your own children first, but to think about other people, other children, not at all, that seems sociopathic.
Yes, thank you, Louis. He just says it exactly. Oh God, I love Louis Theroux. He just says it outright. He's like, well, you just sound like a sociopath, right? Like, you just sound like a goddamn sociopath. Like, you're like, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, she's a goddamn sociopath. That's correct. Okay. Now, unfortunately, in order for, you know, she clearly doesn't view Palestinians as human beings. Well, okay, I don't know how to fix you of that. You're clearly a barbaric piece of shit that doesn't view other people as human. Anyway. Oh, Matt Sagai, really? So the Manosphere documentary, I can take a look at that. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Outright sounds like a Nazi. My own people, right? My own people. You know, the Ubermensch. We don't deal with these Untermenschen subhumans out here, okay? You know, they need to be removed from the land. We need living space. We need Lebensraum. The Jewish people need Lebensraum. We need to clean up the race a bit here. Get rid of okay. I mean, and this, look at, yeah, no, Dolly Boy. Guys, like, look at that smirk on her face. Like, she looks like, I feel like this is what the Witch King from Lord of the Rings would have looked like if he still had a face. Anyway, like, all right.
I hoped you pushed me back.
Yeah, no, they are exactly the same as Nazis, Outer Signal. Like, I don't know how, just from knowing a lot about fascism and reading all these fascist documents, like, oh my God, look what I paused. Oh my God, look, this is perfect. Look at her face. Dear Jesus. Okay, like evil, evil, evil people. Unbelievably evil. Dear God. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow, that was that just happened to come up, but okay. Wow. Are you dear God, BB described the settlers as wayward teens. Yeah. Jesus Christ, Yona, disgusting. Nazism survived World War II in the same way the monster from The Thing would survive a host. Yeah, for sure. Louise, the fact I don't even want to. Yeah, it's not even a smile. It's just like a demonic. Okay, dear God. Crazy, crazy, crazy world. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm going to put my face up here, guys, for a second. Where'd my camera go? Yeah, and this guy's, remember Paulo Freire talked about this, the cycle of victimhood and the cycle of oppressor and oppressed. And it's, okay. All right. Atomic says, a land for a people who want to steal the land. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Yeah, excellent reference there, Oxpecker. Eyes smile, hers scream bloody murder. Those aren't pearls, by the way. They are Palestinian kids' teeth. Mithril, maybe. Dear God, like, I just cannot stomach. We haven't talked about Palestine recently that much because of the war in Iran, but we also have to understand, guys, that Israel right now is blockading Palestine. They've used the Iranian war as a reason to continue their genocidal violence, as if it ever stopped to begin with. And in the West Bank especially, there's been a massive increase in violence since the beginning of the war, even though there was already violence going on there. And none of us are free anywhere unless those people are free. Okay, I want to be clear about that, right? Like, if any human being is in chains anywhere, is not free, that can make any of us in chains. It does not take much, folks, to dehumanize people and then treat them like you do the Palestinians. And if we allow it to happen to anyone, it can eventually happen to you. I want to be clear about that. Okay, I want to be very clear about that. So, although, you should definitely have empathy for fellow human beings. And I think you guys know that. If you don't for some reason, you should also think about it selfishly, right? Okay. Sam, Atomic says, I know a really good Palestinian film I saw for a film class. Is it the one that's a dark comedy about Palestine? I've seen it before. Human rights are an ongoing struggle. Marzipan Power, human rights are an ongoing struggle. I hope that it's advanced by the time I die. But it'll still be a ways to go. Yeah. Yep. Remember, guys, we talked about how one of the definitions of fascism is colonialism turned inward, right? Anyway, you treat certain people a certain way, and eventually your government will do that to you as well. I want to point that out. Okay. I just don't. Jesus. Macy says, I think a lot of people dehumanize themselves to fight through their yes. Yep, Macy, you're right about jobs making, like, our capitalist system makes it much easier to dehumanize people. You know why, guys? Because that's literally the structure of our system, is that you are a cog in a machine for a business owner. You are just a number on a piece of paper. Okay, so for the business owning class and for the for the owning class, people become objects on a piece of paper that are on a spreadsheet, that make a profit, that produce something. And if you're not making the numbers, you're cut off the spreadsheet. So a lot of times capitalism can make it easier to dehumanize people because we're already being dehumanized all the time. Yeah, seriously. Okay, seriously. That's I'm not joking. Like, that's what happens. Okay? Like, and think about it, right? Like, what was slavery in the United States, for example? Like, slavery was basically just very extreme capitalism, where you actually own the workers and they don't get wages, and you can kill them and do whatever you want to them. But if you're a burden on a slave owner's spreadsheet, you're going to be gotten rid of, right? It's sort of fundamental. Dehumanization is part of the, quote, technology of slavery. I know that sounds weird, but you have to dehumanize in order to use people as a cog in a machine. Okay, like, it's fundamental to the system. So yeah, it's going to produce a lot easier dehumanization. All right. And on a side note, guys, as Paulo Freire would say, as I've said before, it also, in a weird way, dehumanizes the slave owners or the capital owners, because you become a monster as well. You no longer become human because you're not treating people like a human. So congrats, you've become a monster. You've become a monster. Okay, congrats. You're no longer human either, because you're a goddamn monster. Okay, and you're treating people like shit. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that you are being oppressed. I'm saying that, like, if you don't want to become a beast, that is no longer human, maybe don't oppress people, okay? And keep your humanity by keeping the humanity of others. All right. So that's good. Love that. Outer signal, I will there are multiple historians who talk about ideology as a technology or systems of technology, all right? I will get back to you on that outer signal. Maybe remind me on Discord. I can give you some thinkers who thought that way, who talk about like systems of technology of including ideology. Yeah, okay. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying, guys, about cultural Marxism and how like the economic system necessitates certain ideological things. All right. So yeah, a lot of times a technology can only work if you have a certain way of thinking about it. Okay, so it becomes part of the technology to think a certain way. All right. Yeah, no problem. Outer signal. All right. So let's see here. Matt Saigai. I see. Okay, Mithril. I see what you're saying. I'm trying to see if anyone Gwen says the CEO is the king with his court of executives. The workers are serfs and peasants. Correct. Correct, Gwen. I've told you guys, right, that early industrialized capitalist. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. Atomic. Okay, early industrialized like capitalist factory workers, or like factories in the United States, was mainly women working in textile mills. Okay, so like it would be women like slaving away very hard in textile mills, and they didn't call themselves employees. They called themselves wage slaves. They said that we're basically slaves. The only difference is that instead of a slave owner providing us housing and clothing, they give us a wage to buy it ourselves. Okay. Now, that is, at the time, that was more accurate. I would say slavery is still much more violent and a lot of more directly violent. Okay. And under slavery, you're allowed to kill your slaves or do whatever you want to them because they're your property. They're your physical, movable property. That's different than employment. But my point here is they're not necessarily distinct from each other. They are sort of two variations of the same phenomenon of domination. One is less oppressive than the other, right? It's kind of like a sliding scale, if that makes sense. Okay. And I know that sounds like I'm exaggerating, but historically, I'm not really exaggerating that much. So yeah, though they are, yeah, they're different things, but they're not that different. Exactly, Eleni. But you see, that's what I mean. So firing people, especially in a society that doesn't have a social safety net, is kind of like killing them, but it's still not the same as like directly killing them. So it's like I said, it's like a sliding scale. Okay. Anyway, but I don't want people to think I'm downplaying the violence of slavery, if you see what I mean. All right. So, okay. Yes. So for anyone who wants to share a reaction for me, go to the Discord. It is a link. It is linked in the top of the Twitch and on the YouTube the YouTube chat. And you can join our Discord. And if you do, there's a reactions channel and you can put things in there for me to react to. If you do, make sure you put the time, how long it is. Okay. Let me take a look here. I'll take a look at that, Atomic.
You are stealing.
Oh, let's watch this real fast. This looks interesting. This is just another one of these settler videos. I know I'm kind of on a Jonas, I totally agree with it. I totally agree with it, Jonas. Okay. So Jonas says, what's your opinion on reparations for colonized countries? Completely agree with it, Jonas. And there's certainly I would say, Jonas, that the wealthiest people in the United States should take a large amount of their wealth that they've gained from colonized peoples and give it back to them. 100%, Jonas. Unfortunately, Jonas, I don't see that ever happening, but boy, do I wish that would happen. We need to fix some of the inequality here. And by the way, Jonas, I want to be clear too. we would first need to fully decolonize those countries, right? Because if we were to pay reparations to the countries that were colonized, that reparations money would just go right back into the financial system and come right back to the colonizing countries right now, because those corporations and those wealthy folks and those business owners still have a lot of influence. So I would say that, we need to we need reparations, but we also first need to fully decolonize those countries. Does that make sense? Okay. Oh, Gwen, put it in the reactions channel. Did you already, Gwen? Did I miss it? Let me go back here. Oh, that's interesting. Gwen, we'll watch. Is it the Dershowitz one, Gwen?
President Trump.
Let's do this first, guys. I'm going to watch the one that Gwen sent, since Gwen sent hers first, and then I'll watch the one by Atomic. Okay. All right, let's go here. I'm going to put this up. All right. Yep, same thing in the America, Gwen. We gave a ton of money to former slave owners. That's kind of gross, isn't it? I'm going to put my face up here. All right. Let me see here. Let's go. Let's watch it. So here we have Alan Dershowitz, one of the grossest people in human being. Yeah, I understand, Jonas. Yeah, Jonas. Okay, so let's watch this a bit. Well, won't someone think of the capitalists, right? Okay, let's watch this. Okay, thank you, Gwen. So let's watch this. So this is Alan Dershowitz, an absolute vile human being who makes me want to vomit whenever I see his face, who's deeply implicated in the Epstein files, also was Trump's personal lawyer, and never saw an Israeli dick he didn't want to suck. So let's see here. Probably goes to I probably can't say that on stream. I was going to say something sexual about acts he engages in. Acts he engages in with Mossad. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, let's see what he has to say. I don't know Outer Signal, but Outer Signal, this is a fair point. I am sick that there are still even mainstream news sources. Newsmax, I wouldn't even really call them mainstream. They're just lunatics, but there are still mainstream people who let Alan Dershowitz come on their shows. He needs to be absolutely humiliated and driven from polite society. Okay, let's see what he has to say. Good God help us. I don't even want to know if I want to hear it. Okay, let's listen.
Had President Trump been in charge in 1935, 1936, I think the Holocaust would have been prevented. I think he would have gone in after Nazi Germany. He would have destroyed it the way he is destroying Nazi Iran, and the Holocaust would have been prevented.
There's like no way, there is no bottom to this man. Okay. I forgot that Harvard still lets him lecture out. So there is nothing he will not say. He will say whatever he can to fillet Donald Trump or fillet Israel. Whatever he will say, whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and no one will ever, he will never be held accountable. Okay. Oh, absolutely, Sam. Yeah. Atomic. Yeah, it was already happening. So, okay. Okay. Very cool, Gwen. Thank you. Yeah. Wow, you're so strong, Adolf. Everyone listens to you. Yeah, Trump, if you were president, totally. He would have loved Adolf Hitler. He would have viewed him as like a really he's a very strong man. I like how he keeps his people in line, right? He doesn't like immigration. Okay, yeah, and Epstein's lawyer, real disgusting guy, Alan Dershowitz. I don't even know. I don't have anything to add to that. He's just a monster. We all heard how much of a monster he is. Let's watch this now. Thank you for this, Atomic. And yes, and why didn't Japan warn Trump about Pearl Harbor? Oh my God, don't even start with me, Cicero Fields. Okay. So let's watch. So this is like if I don't steal your home, someone else will. Israeli settler justifies forcible takeover. Okay, let's. Oh dear God, I can't. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, the Nazi Party would have taken power in the U.S. if Trump weren't president. If U.S. were, well, that's for sure. Invalid axiom. Yeah. Okay.
My house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one.
Look at this fat fuck. Look at him. Guys, by the way, I'm not demonizing anyone who's overweight, but I am going to demonize this piece of shit. I'm going to do some dark woke shit here. Look at this fat fuck. What does he do? Sit around all day? He looks like Jabba the Hutt. Is it okay? Does he have like a little thing next to him always going like Jabba the Hutt does? I mean, dear God.
Is allowed to steal it, يا عمي. Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the
Right,
problem?
Jonas.
Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
But
It's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
you are stealing my house.
She's really good at that. She's trying to humanize herself. She is trying to humanize herself by saying, you know, Jacob, she's calling him by his name. They say you should do that, guys. If you're like being abducted by someone, you should always try to use their name, use your name a lot, try to constantly humanize yourself. Okay. Palestinians are calling to save Sheikh Jarrah on social media. Okay, dear God.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. These people are disgusting and I hate them. Okay. Yay, guys. Yay. Don't worry. The world's full of monsters. Nothing to worry about. Zero problem here. Zero problem here. All right. Let's watch this real fast. I think we need a bit of a, given I tried to make people feel a bit more positive at the beginning of stream. We always have to have, oh God, yes, Cicero Fields, I do know. If I don't steal your stream CR, then someone else is going to steal it. Right, guys? Don't you love that? Don't you love that? That idea of like, well, if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it. Great, great. Love that. Okay. Who are you guys talking about? I see Outer Signal and Gwen talking about something. I'm trying to go up here. What do you guys talk about? Boo, 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 boo. Doo, 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 doo. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba, ba. Oh, sorry. Yes, yes, Gwen. I know. Oh, yes, I know all about him. Maybe I can do a presentation on him sometime. Oh God, where did the message just disappeared? Yeah. Oh yeah, that African prince. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know his story. We can maybe talk about that sometime on stream. It's super interesting. Very interesting. Hamas. Can we react to Hamasabi? What do you mean? Okay, let's watch this. So this is called "Stop Hiding from Life." Okay. Oh sure, Mithril. You know what? I'm gonna do that first because I mentioned to Mithril earlier I would do this. And we love Mithril here. Let's see here. Let's see. Do I condemn Hamas? Good God, that's that guy. All right, so let's do Mithril. You said what is it called? Led by donkeys. Led by donkeys. Okay. This one.
This is
okay. This is a good one. Or do you support globalizing the enchilada? I hate all of you. Okay. Okay, let's watch this. So this was Mithril recommended this. This is it's brief. It is called Larry Ellison's super yacht. Oh, this is exciting. Okay. Are we going to take away his super yacht? I hope so. Let's watch.
Is Larry Ellison's $160 million super yacht moored up on the French Riviera. It's called the Musashi, but not for long, because we're about to rename it. Ellison is the world's 6th richest man. He's a big Donald Trump supporter and a close friend of Benjamin Netanyahu. He once offered the Israeli Prime Minister a job at his company, and Netanyahu's family has holidayed on his private island. Ellison is also the largest private donor to the Israeli military. Trump recently handed the Ellison family control of TikTok in the US. Almost immediately, prominent pro-Palestinian voices were silenced. Last year, the Ellisons bought Paramount, giving them control over CBS News. The channel's coverage of the attack on Iran has been notably pro-war.
Oh,
the
God.
Ellisons will soon take over Warner Brothers, giving them control
I
of
hate
CNN.
the Ellisons.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently denounced CNN for being insufficiently supportive of Trump's war on Iran.
You know what? In your groove, I'm not surprised. Of course they do. They like the IDF definitely. I'm not surprised that they support private donations. I mean, that they're like the biggest grifters. And okay.
Hegseth said he couldn't wait for the Ellisons to take over the channel. And Trump himself
my
listed
God.
the CNN takeover as one of his
I love the
wins.
elites, guys.
And that is why we've renamed
Barry, you think Barry? How dare you, Jonas? You're full of it, Jonas. Jonas says, I think Barry Weiss has been quite objective. I hate Barry Weiss, guys. Do not get me started on Barry Weiss. I will lose my goddamn mind. Cannot stand Barry Weiss. Also, she's just bad. Like, she's not even a good, like, she's going to run CBS into the ground, and she already is. And, like, it's so obvious. Like, her content is so not entertaining. CBS is so desperate to be a corporate hacks that they're willing to have her on there, thinking that her fair and balanced kind of journalism, which it isn't. It's just hilarious. Yeah, she's such a bad propagandist. Like, she's not even good at it, right? That's what's funny about it. She's like running CBS into the ground, and all of her insane pro-Israel bullshit. She's a genocidal maniac. Like, okay. So her plan for CBS is to navigate it towards an audience that doesn't exist, okay? She's just an idiot, okay? And, all right, just a fool, all right? Yeah, her wife is absolutely in the Epstein files. Okay, anyway, I just can't stand her. Her face, and by the way, it's like, by the way, too, it's like I don't even hate her. I feel bad for her whenever I see her face because I do hate her. Let me rephrase that. But like, she's just so bad at what she does. It's just so embarrassing. Anyway, and she's evil. Anyway, okay, I do hate her. I don't know why I said I didn't, but regardless, can't stand her. Anyway.
Named this super yacht the Trump propagandist. The billionaires are buying up the news to support their friends. The politicians pitching our world into chaos and war. Then they jump onto their super yachts, accountable to nobody.
No. That was good. Thank you, Mithril. I love that. I need to watch more. I'm going to actually save their shit. That's good. So they're like doing some activism, it looks like. So Atomic said, yeah, right. Oh my God, right, Jonas? I don't understand. Like, you can see how dumb the elites are, that they think that that's the valuation of CBS. They're so out of touch. They don't understand how no one likes CBS. It's like it's so boring. It's just bad media. It's not good. Anyway, okay, I'm going to save this so that I can keep an eye on it. Subscribe. Okay, you say Atomic, you say I can't believe CR is being sexist against a strong and independent woman. No. You're wrong, Atomic. I'm being homophobic. Barry Weiss is a lesbian. This is a clear sign that the gay mafia controls everything, right? But really, guys, what you should do is you should trust her because she's clearly a good liberal because she's a lesbian. Anyway, she's not bad at all. She's like Pete Buttigieg. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't say this shit. You know what I mean. Okay, anyway. I can't stand Barry Weiss. All right, Inverted Panda. That is so wrong. If they're going to put a sign on a boat, at least make it horizontal, right? All right. What do you mean overzealots, Matt Sagai? Yeah, I got to tell you, the pit is great. Rat Boy Mayo Pete, right? Dear God. Okay. Anyway. Oh my God. All right, you guys. I'm gonna put my face up here. Well, actually, let me quickly check. Is there anything else? Yes, I know, Matt Saga, but why are you asking about overzealots? Let's see here. There might be something else we can watch. What's this? So this was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti.
What's more dangerous than being a cop?
Okay, this was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. This is called oh, I got you. Okay. This is called what's more dangerous than being pregnant or a cop? Thank you, Fetty Spaghetti, for sending this. So let's just watch this. I don't know what it's about, but I trust Fetty Spaghetti, so let's just watch what it is. Okay.
What's more dangerous than being a cop? Being the pregnant wife or girlfriend of one.
Well, now you have me curious. So let's
how do I say this, guys? That's just factually true. If you look at the statistics, cops have a higher rate of domestic violence. Oh, yeah. Sorry to say it. ACAB. Sorry. A little bit of ACAB there. ACAB, just to say they do. Now, there is a debate about whether people who are prone to violence want to become cops or if being a cop makes you more prone to domestic violence. Either way, it is kind of true that it is very dangerous. Like, okay, anyway, I don't mean to. Okay, yeah, it's very. I would not. Okay, you guys see what I'm saying. ¿Por qué no los dos? Okay. All right. Do they still do DM? So either way, not good for the woman. Yeah, I'm just saying, not great for the woman in any case.
Let's fact check this and run the numbers on what's the most dangerous, being pregnant, being a cop, or being the pregnant partner of a cop. So for starters, there are currently 750,000 cops in the United States. And their reported deaths are actually usually the same within like 10 to 20. So we'll just take 2023. So they have a 0.01
Hairstyle, I don't. That's an interesting question, though. I should look up the military stats on that, too.
5% chance of passing away. And in 2023, they ran the numbers to average out about 18.6 pregnant women per 100,000 did not make it out alive, which is 0.0186. So already at a base level, it's more dangerous to be pregnant than to be a cop. But what about specific?
I didn't know that. That is interesting. I mean, I knew that the danger to cops is exaggerated, but it is more dangerous to be pregnant than it is to be a cop. By the way, did anyone notice that I have a toothbrush in my hand? Did anyone even notice that? I just want to point that out, that I bet none of you noticed that, okay? Because you're not paying attention. Pay attention, okay? If you didn't notice that I replaced my stick with a toothbrush, there's something wrong with you, okay? Anyway.
The pregnant wives of police officers. Because we already know that DV is a huge issue for young women and pregnant women. So if you couple on top of that all of the cases that suggest 25 to upwards of 40%, almost half, of all police officer families experience DV. They're already almost double the 10 to 20% of standard reported relationships that experience DV. And
lurking snow leopard. Okay, maybe if you couldn't see it because you're blind, maybe stop being blind. Okay, that's the problem. I know I'm an asshole, of course. Obviously, I don't mean that, okay?
Reports that, of course, the women are usually the victims in these situations.
Domestic violence, Sir Bartholomew. DV is domestic violence.
So in conclusion, even though I can't find any direct studies done on this topic for whatever reason, if you run the stats and data, compare and contrast, it sounds like it's almost twice as dangerous to be the pregnant partner to a police officer than to be the actual police officer
Oh, my God.
Good job protecting and serving, gentlemen.
Okay, I guess it's true then. It's more dangerous to be a... Guys, I'm sorry. Hello, Cohen Radlots. Hello, you say, is this a recording? Is what a recording? No, I'm live. This is live. Hello, Cohen. Welcome. So fun fat palate cleanser that proves your... Okay, I'll take a look at this outer signal.
This is a test of selective attention.
Oh yes,
Yes,
I've seen these things before. Outer signal. I had to learn about them for my teaching, for becoming a teacher, about selective attention. Yeah, but let's watch it. This will be fun.
Nice.
Is this all right? Give me a second here. For those that can't see me right now, give me a second because I am going to see if I can figure out what's happening. Because for some reason the YouTube isn't working. Give me 1 second. I'll be back. Well, so guys, hello. Hi. I don't know what's happening. My internet cut out and I cannot get YouTube back up. I'm going to see why I can't get YouTube back up. I don't know why I can't get you. Oh, wait, no, I'm back up on YouTube, it looks like. That's weird. Unable to connect to the chat. Try again later. Well, I should be back up on YouTube. I don't know what the hell's happening. Anyway, how is everyone out there? You all good? Yeah, I am up on YouTube. Okay, good. Okay, I'm back. All right, hello, folks. Forgive me. I don't know what's going on. I've told you the infrastructure in this country is terrible. So I don't know if it was the internet provider, but we lost internet in the entire house. I still have electricity, so it wasn't that this time. Who knows? Maybe it was Mossad. I don't know. Maybe it was Mossad. Who knows? Anyway, we can hope it was Mossad because that would make me more popular, right? Okay. So let's see here. If I want to think selfishly about it, I'm going to put my headphones back on here. I'm all good. Oh, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what the hell's going on with the goddamn internet. I need to get like I don't know. Who knows? Fuck it. Okay, well, good. So for those that are everywhere, so I don't know what we were doing. Yes, we were doing well, let's just watch this real fast. Let's do this instead. It is 4:17, so I'm going to do this. Let's just play. I wanted to quickly play a game. Let's play the food game briefly. I know I'm cutting off what we were doing previously. Power failures, internet. I know, outer signal. Welcome to the U.S.A. outer signal, right? Oh, say, can you see? No, you can't. There's no electric. Okay, so yeah, outer signal. I know. And that's what our country has become due to neoliberalism. So anyway, yay. Okay, so moving on. Let's go on here. Yes, the stream is back up. Hello, folks. So what we're going to do now is for the last minutes here of, I don't know what happened, guys. Whatever. My electric has gone off twice in the past few weeks. The goddamn internet keeps cutting in and out randomly. You never know, right? Jesus Christ. Okay. So, okay. Let's do this, guys. Right. But to be clear, guys, LaCroix, welcome, LaCroix. God bless our crumbling infrastructure. Yeah, that's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious there. Atomic, you think I can afford solar power? You've lost your goddamn mind. Right, guys, Vosh, I'm not a big fan of Vosh. I read an article, though, about how I was reading some articles about streaming and how he, when he was streaming, when he was getting popular, like his internet kept cutting out. He had like the exact same problems I have. His internet would cut out, his electricity would go out because it's the United States. And he ended up, when he finally got wealthier, he, after streaming a lot, he got a direct fiber optic cable connection to the internet service provider. But that is super, super expensive, right? So if I were to ever to get enough money that I can get my own personalized fiber optic cable network, maybe then I want to be cut off all the time, okay? I think Hassan has the same goddamn shit. All right, God bless our crumbling infrastructure. Yay. This is a good lesson, guys. My internet failing is a good lesson about America. All right. Lurking Snow Leopard, I've looked at some of the smaller portable panels. That's awesome, Snow Leopard. Okay. Heard a big streamer say they spent Yep, Jonas, exactly. Heard a big streamer say they spent $30K a year on Wi-Fi. Yeah, okay. I do not. So there we go. One day I'll get there. That's right, outer signal. Okay. But it is symbolic, guys, about how shitty American infrastructure is that this keeps happening to me. And if you guys know, a few weeks ago, my electricity went out for 3 days. Literally 3 days. And then after the electricity was brought back online after 3 days without electricity, we had a book club meeting, and the pole that the company put up with the new electric line fell over because they didn't install it correctly. So then I lost electricity again 2 days after they got it back up. Now, that didn't last for very long. It was like, I don't know, 2 hours, but okay. What the fuck? Okay, so yay, join. Okay, so guys, let's do this, right? We lost everyone. That's okay, though. We'll figure it out. Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. Let's do I wanted to play the food game. All right, let's play the food game. I'm going to be getting off here soon to eat. So let's just for fun, let's just play the food game real fast, okay? Because I kind of in the mood for it. Let's do food guesser. I'm hungry, so food guesser will help me with that. So we'll do food guesser. Okay, so I'm going to put this up. Everyone ready for food guesser now, guys? I will of course, remember, guys, just a reminder, in case my who knows, my electricity or my Wi-Fi or anything like that goes out. I will likely not be back on tomorrow because it is Wednesday and that's normally my day off. I might be, sometimes I'll randomly be in the mood to stream on Wednesdays, but I probably won't be on tomorrow. So if, my electricity goes out, just remember I may not be on tomorrow. Okay. So, as is normal. Okay, let's take a look at this, guys. So this is how this game works. We have to get gastronomical genius, okay? If we don't, I'll be very pissed at you. We're not allowed to leave this stream until we get gastronomical genius, okay? Because you're not going to humiliate me on live stream. You will not humiliate this community by us not getting the highest possible ranking on this game, okay? Or at least the second highest possible ranking. I would prefer we get a perfect score one time, but hey, I'm okay with just gastronomical genius, all right? So let's do it. So this first dish we have here on the screen says beef, rice, walnuts, onion, garlic, tomatoes, tomato paste, dried plums, dried herbs, chili pepper, salt, pepper, coriander, celery, bay leaf vinegar, saffron. Oh, I don't know. What do we think? South India? You think India? Do we all think India? Saffron is very popular in Iran. I know that. I know it's used in a lot of places. But saffron is like the biggest producer of saffron is India. I'm not India, Iran. So I don't know. It probably is somewhere over there. Do we think India? The walnuts are throwing me. You were going to say Iran. It might be Persian. Okay. Let's try. I'm going to try Iran. Okay. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I might be very wrong. I don't know, like, if any of that other stuff is Iranian, but that part sounds Iranian. Oh, we're warm. It's to the northwest of Iran. Northwest of Iran. And we're warm. So it's not India. It's not India. To the northwest of Iran. Oh, wait, there's other pictures. Let's take a look at these other pictures. Huh. See, that looks... with the plum sauce. It's to the northwest. To the north. We're warm, and it's to the northwest of Iran. Northwest of Iran. What do we think, guys? What do we think? I don't know. Could it be like Kazakhstan or some shit? I'm not sure what it would be. Russia, Kazakhstan. I'm going to try Kazakhstan. Why not? Let's try Kazakhstan. I know that's a random one, but ooh, no, God, we're not doing well in this. Southwest. So we're still warm, but it's to the northwest or south. It's basically to the west northwest of Kazakhstan. Well, or it could be south. I don't know. Armenia. Do we think it's Armenia? This is a hard one. No one is, and anyone gonna help? Okay, anyone gonna help? I'm struggling here. I'm flailing in the water. Okay, anyone know? Come on. What? Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll try Armenia. Whatever. I'll try Armenia. I'll just shit into the wind and hope something works. Okay. All right. Let's try Armenia. Ooh, it borders Armenia. It's to the northwest. You know what? Maybe it's Georgia, or is it Russia? Is it? Kharkov? That sounds Russian, doesn't it? What is this word, guys? You think Georgia? Is that more Georgian sounding or Russian sounding? Let's try Georgia. Georgia. Yes, it was Georgia. Okay, thank God. All right. First of all, Matt Saigai, bonk, bonk, bonk. You get 3 bonks for promoting this pernicious lie about India. How dare you? Okay. All of you were wrong and you failed. Okay? Don't you celebrate. Don't you celebrate, Atomic. We did not get good. We did not get that many points. Shame on you for celebrating. Don't you dare laugh outer signal. I'm very angry at all of you. But LaQuaw gets a boo. Boop. So does Inverted Panda. Boop. All right. The rest of you failed. I'm very angry at you. And we're no closer to getting gastronomical genius. Okay? Next round. Next round, I said. Okay, next round. Oh, this looks lovely. This looks lovely. I do eat a lot of beef, Sir Bartholomew. Yeah, there you go. Right, Atomic. Okay. Here we go. This is eggs, milk, sugar, butter, vanilla extract, flour, salt, pie crust, nutmeg, cinnamon, cheese, ham, vegetables. Ooh, what do we think about this one, guys? Ooh. This dish is a popular treat typically found in local bakeries. It has a rich custard-like filling encased in flaky golden crust. Its flavor profile is somewhat similar to a tart, but with a distinct sweetness that makes it a beloved snack or dessert. It is often enjoyed during merienda time. What is that? Merienda time, providing a delightful break in the afternoon. Australia? Portugal? Okay. Okay. What do you mean? Okay. That means snack in Spanish. Okay, so it's Spain. Do we think it's Spain? Let's try Spain. I am willing to try Spain. Oxpecker, it is not Narnia. How dare you, Oxpecker? Let's try this. By the way, I'm holding a toothbrush again. Let's try Spain. Let's try Spain's. Okay, España. Iberian vibes, totally. It was not Spain. As a matter of fact, folks, it's nowhere near Iberia, okay? It is very far to the northeast of Iberia. We are ice cold, folks. Ice cold. Anyone else have a shitty guess? Don't you laugh outer signal. Okay. Is it Canada? Or Russia or some shit? Oh, God damn it. Okay, let's try Russia. Let's try Russia because that, I don't know. We can never go wrong with Murica. I don't know about that. Let's try this. Let's try Russia, all right? I don't know. It looks too flavorful for Russia, though. I don't know. I got to tell you, it looks a bit too flavorful for Russia. You think Poland? Let's not go crazy, Bart. We are still very far away. It is to the southeast of Russia, and we're deeply cold. Okay, fine. We'll try Australia. Someone else mentioned Australia. If that person was right, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Oh, no. This is horrible. We're doing terribly. To the northwest of Australia, and we're still cold. Jesus. Okay. Philippines? I'm just guessing shit out like... You know what, LaQuaw? Fine. I'll try Paraguay. Just to spite you. All right? This is the worst we've ever done, guys. If we only have one guess left on this one, and this doesn't look like a hard one, folks. Cuba, it's not Cuba. It's to the southwest of Paraguay, or it's actually to the south of Paraguay. No, it's not Singapore. Okay, we think like Finland or some shit. Yeah, this is going to be our worst round ever, literally. And this thing looks like an Amish person made it. It shouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Egg pie. Like, what the fuck? Is it UK? Sir Bartholomew, would you stop lying to all of us? Okay, fine. We'll try Poland. Netherlands. I don't know. I'm just making shit up now, LaQuaw. I'm very confused. Let's try Poland. I will go with whatever lunacy Sir Bart said. Okay, folks. To be clear here, this was an embarrassment. Okay, this was deeply embarrassing. Yeah, thanks, Atomic, for that recommendation. Thank you for that recommendation. Okay, the Philippines. I literally said Philippines. Okay, and then everyone's like, "No, it's Poland. No, it's the Netherlands. You're an idiot. You're an idiot, Casual. You're an idiot, Sam. Don't listen." Okay. Try harder, folks. This was humiliating. You know what? That's it. Where's my bonk stick? Where's the bonk stick? Where is it? You know what? I don't care. You all get a bonk. You all get a bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. A bonk to all of you. I'm going to do collective punishment. Bonk on all of you. We got 0 points. We'll go on to the next one, and I do hope you all have learned a lesson. I do hope you've learned a lesson here. Okay, moving on. This looks like, so beef, no, Ron, Atomic, Ron. Okay, let's watch this. Outer Signal, how dare you? Okay, say I'm like Trump, shame on you. This is beef chicken. So beef, chicken, onions, tomatoes, bell peppers, ginger, garlic, suya spice. I've never heard of that. Peanut butter, skewers, peanut oil, lime juice, salt, pepper, chili powder, cayenne pepper, ground coriander, ground cumin, ground paprika, yogurt, lemon juice, fresh herbs. What do we think? Nigerian? Okay, fine. I'll trust you. Outer Signal? You seem very sure of that. We'll try Nigeria. Yes. Oh my God. Lovely. Kiyinga. That looks delicious, by the way. I kind of want to try that shit. They look like, who sent something? Oh, thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you very much. Really, thank you. Okay, thank you for the contribution there. That looks amazing. I kind of want to try that. That looks like kebabs almost. But that looks amazing. It's a popular West African dish, particularly prevalent in Ghana and Nigeria. It primarily consists of skewered, marinated meat, usually beef, chicken, or lamb, which is then grilled or broiled. This dish is associated with street food culture and is commonly sold by vendors on the roadside or at local markets. Oh my God. So you can be just like going down the street and get one of those delicious things. That looks amazing. Okay. Oh my God, that sounds amazing, Outer Signal. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try some of that sometime. I'm gonna give Outer Signal and Jonas get boops because they were the ones who said it. Boop, boop. Congrats. I gave you both boops at the same time. It was a collective boop. All right. I did thank you, Matt Saigai. I said thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for that contribution. Oh, I said you sent another one. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the second contribution. You get a boop, Matt Saigai. Boop. All right, thank you. Yeah, that looks amazing, guys. Okay, moving on. This, okay, pork, chicken, beef, breadcrumbs, onions, black pepper, nutmeg. No, Ron, Atomic gets a bonk. Bonk. Stop trying to take credit for things you don't deserve, Atomic. Go back into your corner. Don't make me put the dunce hat on you, okay? South Africa is not the same as Nigeria, okay? Shame on you. All right. So pork, chicken, beef, breadcrumbs, onions, black pepper, nutmeg, mace, salt, egg white, garlic powder, milk powder. What do we think? What do we think? I don't know. Yeah, bread. No, Jonas, breadcrumbs. There's an R there. Okay, breadcrumbs. Thank you very much, Matt Saiga, for that contribution. Breadcrumbs. There is an R in that word, to be very clear, okay? Anyway, so okay, Matt Saiga, thank you for that, okay? So what do we think, guys? This dish involves blending pork, chicken, and beef with flour and spices into a smooth paste. It does kind of look vaguely Germanic. There's other pictures. Look at this. Oh my God, this is totally German, I think. Look at this. This is totally German. There's a Heineken. I think this is German, except that's a I think this is German, though. Yeah, this looks German. Yes, Matt, it's like I do. Let's try Germany. I'm going to try Germany. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, but we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out very quickly how wrong I am. Yeah! This is Frickendel. Frickendel. Okay, I don't know if that's what it would sound like in German. No, it's not. It's not. It actually says Belgium, Netherlands, Germany. So the person who said Belgium, Jonas, gets a boop. Boop. Who else said Germanic? It looks Germanic. Yeah, but who said Germanic? Anyone said Germanic? I heard someone say Germanic. LaCroix's here. Hey, okay. Anyone Germanic? Do you love me, Sam? We all do. Don't speak for everyone, Outer Signal. Okay, I doubt everyone here loves Matt Saigai. Okay, let's not. Matt Saigai needs to be able to get out of the room he's in. Let's not make his head too big. Okay, by giving him too many compliments. So let's see here. Okay. I don't know. Whoever said the other one, who did? Someone else said Germanic or whatever. Whatever. It's okay. Whoever said that, boop. Okay, boop. So that was good. Frickendell. Next round. No, Lacroix, let's not go crazy, okay? Don't speak for the class. Don't speak for the class, Lacroix. All right? Louise, come on, Louise. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. This one is ramen noodle. Oh, well, this is obvious. This is Japan, isn't it? Ramen noodle. Yeah, oh my God, this is so Japanese, it's not even funny. Okay, we'll do Japan. We'll do Japan. Japan. All right. Japan, because ramen noodles, right? Let's try this. Japan. Boop. Yep, that was easy. Karamen. Ka-ramen. That looks delicious. I do love ramen. Ramen's good. That was good. Final score. This is a learning opportunity for this community. I want to point out this is a learning opportunity. Matt Saga, you're a racist. This is a learning opportunity for this entire community, folks. I want to point out that the word we're looking for here at the top of the screen, okay, the word you're looking for at the top, we're looking for at the top of the screen, is gastronomical genius, okay? Alas, would someone in the class read for me what it says here? Correct, Lacroix. Here it says super foodie. Super foodie. That is not what we want. Okay, that is not what we want. And we're going to have to do it again. We're going to sit here until we get gastronomical genius. You understand? And no one is permitted to leave. You might have to get a note for your next class. Okay, who said this shit? Okay. Who said this shit? I got it right. Give me. Okay, fine. Atomic, you get a boop. Boop. All right. CR, you're just as complicit. How dare you, Sir Bart? Shame on you. Bonk. All right. Jonas says, I think you should take responsibility. You're in a very ethnically diverse country, so you should know a lot of answers. You know what, Jonas? I'm not even going to respond to that. You get a bonk. Bonk. Okay. All right, let's continue, right? Whatever, Lacroix. Let's go on. Okay, next one here. Yum. Play again. We're going to do this right. No one questions my authority. You understand this, folks? Oh, this looks delicious. This is chocolate cookies, dulce de leche, cream cheese, milk, coffee, whipping cream, chocolate shavings. It's like, I think you're full of shit. I think you're just randomly naming countries, okay? It doesn't say that there is, oh, there is coffee. It could be tiramisu. It does kind of look like tiramisu, but not really. You know what? I think it's tiramisu. So it's Italy, right? Isn't it Italy? Let's try Italy. Mauritius, you're all full of shit. You're all full of shit. You're all just naming shit. Okay, I'm going to try Italy. All right, Italy. Ooh. That was embarrassing. I shouldn't have been so confident. Okay, it's not Italy. We're ice cold. We're ice cold. It's not Italy. It's too thick for tiramisu. Nothing is too thick, Sam. Okay. Atomic. Should we bring Brazil? It does say it's to the southwest of Italy. Southwest, but we're ice cold. You think Brazil, Jonas? Really? Okay, fine. We'll try Brazil. I don't know. I have no idea where this is from. It could be Brazil. Oh my God. Okay, it borders Brazil. It's probably Argentina. Argentina. Oh, yep, Argentina. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Choco torta. Oh, that sounds good. You know, all of you got it wrong. No one gets a boop. That was all on me. I get my own boop. Boop. Okay. Ow, Jesus, I think I hit a zit or something. That really hurt. Okay. No, it's not Mauritius. Okay, no. Okay, so let's go on. That wasn't that bad. Let's go on to the next one. Me too. That choco tort looks good. This looks delicious too. So this is coconut milk, meat or fish, turmeric, coriander, lemongrass, garlic, shallots, galangal. I've never heard of that. Ginger, chili peppers, tamarind juice, salt, palm sugar, kaffir, lime leaves, bay leaves, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, cardamom. Ooh, Malaysia? The U.S. looks like, yeah, Matt Saigon, I swear to God. Okay, fine. Sam gets a boop. I mean, sorry, Atomic gets a boop. Boop. I'll get it right eventually, Sam. You get a boop, Atomic. I forgive you for all your past sins against the community. Okay, this looks really good. the coconuts are kind of weirding me out, though. You think Thai? Okay, I'm going to go with Thailand. I'm going to go with Thailand. Thailand sounds about right. Oh, God, that's embarrassing. No one look at the chat. I did not accidentally just type the answer into the Twitch chat. Okay, that did not happen. That I meant to put, thanks, Jonas. I meant to put Thailand into the, okay, we ignoring that. Let's actually try the answer part here, okay? Thailand. Okay, it borders Thailand. It's to the southeast of Thailand. Maybe it is Malaysia. If you're right, Jonas, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Okay? Okay, Jonas. Okay, Jonas. For some reason, Jonas somehow is suddenly Mr. Cuisine Genius today. I don't know what happened. Did you hit your head or something, Jonas? Like, I don't know. Okay, whatever, Jonas. Fine. Okay, fine. Oh, God. All right. Thank you, Matt Saiga. Oh, Matt Saiga, are you sick, Matt Saiga? Matt Saiga said, Sam, you're handsome today. Are you okay, Matt Saiga? No, you're just, I know it, Matt Saiga. You submitted your thesis. I'm very happy, okay? I'm not going to read that next line, Matt Saiga, okay? We're not going to read that next line. But good for you, Matt Saiga. I can see why you're happy, okay? Gulai. Okay, well done, Jonas. Well done. All right. Jonas gets a boop from a distance. Boop. Okay, there we go. Yum. I want to try that. It looks delicious. Go to the next one. This looks good. Oh my God, that looks delicious. Oh wait, never mind. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Black bean paste, pork, onion, potato, zucchini, cabbage, carrot, garlic, ginger, soy sauce, sugar, oyster sauce, wheat noodles. That looks really good though, doesn't it? You think China? Oh, I don't know. Doesn't this make it? Seriously, doesn't this make it look like Korea? Yeah, where is Meowsword when we need Meowsword? This looks like Korea, doesn't it? Because look at these little, that looks like kimchi in the background. I'm going to say Korea. I'm going to say Korea. Meowsword, where are you? We need you. Did you abandon me, Meowsword, as soon as my stream went out? Because you're not a real loyal follower of the community, okay? You're a traitor. Watch, I bet Meowsword's listening right now, and he's going to come in here and yell at me. Okay, it's black bean. Yeah, you think it's Korea? Okay, we'll try Korea. South Korea. Yay, South Korea. Yep, guys, good job on that one. Yay, okay, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Next round. Boop. Oh, well, this is going to be an easy one. Tortillas, cheese, pork meat, pineapple, cilantro, onion, salsa, avocado. It's either Mexico or the United States, right? Right. Mexico or the United States, right? I mean, okay, fine. LaCroix got it. You get a boop. Boop. I'm sorry. I didn't reward people last time. The people who got it right last time get boops. Boops, boops, boops. I don't want to go through and remind myself, but good job. Boop, 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 boop. You get boops like crazy. I will boop all of you. Come outer signal. Kazakhstan, are you crazy? Come on. Finland, you're all losing your goddamn random Grenada, random ass countries. Not to insult those countries. I'm just saying. All right. God, I hate you all so much. Okay, I agree. It's Mexico. We're going to try. By the way, Rwanda has really good beer. Thanks, Outer Signal. Thank you. Wow. We're going to try Mexico here. You know what? How dare you? Okay. All right. Here, just probably. Let's try Mexico. Yep, Mexico. All of you failed to defeat me. Okay, you are failed. Hello, Luke. I am back. I am back. Okay, that was that was all me. And by the way, whoever said Mexico, you all get boops. Boops. Boop. 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 All right. Let's see here. What's this? This looks disgusting. I don't care what this is. It looks disgusting. This is definitely probably European. I don't know. And if it's not, I don't care. It looks disgusting. I don't care where this is from. I now no longer like the culture this is from. I am definitely hateful of whatever culture this is from. I got to tell you, automatically. So this is beetroot. I'm just kidding, by the way. Beetroot, cucumber, beetroot, cucumber, green tomatoes, carrots, cabbage, bell peppers, watermelons, mushrooms, turnips, celery, and cauliflower. Oh my God, this is disgusting. Oh my God, I don't know what this is. I can't stand it. Yeah, I don't know who would pickle watermelon. That sounds awful. I don't know, guys. This There's something deeply wrong with this food. You think it's the Czech Republic, really? You think it's Bohemia? You really think it's Bohemia? Yeah, some sort of fermented pickled shit. Okay, let's try this. Matt Saigai, no, we're cultured here in the U.S. We don't eat shit like this, okay? We only eat Cheez-Its and McDonald's. That is like high culture, like real, definitely superior culture here in the U.S. If we are our best cuisine are preservatives, okay? If you want a good serving of preservatives, we have it for you. It doesn't matter what you eat here, you'll get a hefty dose of preservatives. Okay, exactly. Doesn't even have red 40, right? Now that is peak culture, okay, right there. You got to have a bunch of red 40, got to have a bunch of Christ is King. Ew, God, okay. Anyway, let's try that. I'm going to say Czech Republic because that's the only answer that seems to make sense to me so far. Czechia, all right. Oh, okay, you know what? Atomic, I will give you a boop, boop. We are close. It's to the southeast of the Czech Republic, but it's not bordering the Czech Republic. Do we think Bulgaria, Romania, Albania? Let's try, I'm going to try Bulgaria. No, let's try Romania. Romania sounds fun. Yep. Yay! Okay, that was not bad. This is, again, I no longer like Romania. I'm just kidding. Okay, Muraturi. Muraturi are traditional pickled vegetables. Oh my God, commonly consumed in Romania and Moldova. Right, that's, yeah. Yeah, I guess that Atomic is pretty good at this. You get a boop, Atomic. Boop. All right, you got close. All right, let's go on here. Final score, guys. Everyone say a prayer to your favorite god, your favorite fictional character. I'm sorry, that was so rude of me. Everyone say a prayer, okay? Or meditate, either one. Everyone ready? Let's see. Okay. Oh, thank Christ. Okay, praise the Buddha. This is fantastic. Thank you, guys. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see gastronomical genius, all right? I'm very proud of all of you. You have not failed me. Yes, Jonas. Oh, fine, Jonas, fine. Yes, everyone praise Gazoo. Praise Gazoo. Everyone praise Gazoo. Under his fin. Thank you, Gazoo, for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. Yeah. Christ is food king. I don't know about, though. Hey, I'm a Catholic, so Christ definitely was food for me. We used to eat his flesh every day at Mass. Literally, they bless it and they say it's become God. It's become Jesus's skin and blood. So yeah, I used to be a cannibal, guys. I've been converted from cannibalism. Anyway, Christ is food king. Absolutely, his skin tasted pretty bad though. Anyway, so guys, how about we do this? Let's do. How about this? Matt Saigai, because of submitting your thesis today, sure, we can play Time Guesser. We'll play Time Guesser once. All right. I would like to think, yeah, Sir Bart. Yep. Okay. Totally outer signal. You mean the Gazoo? Okay. Anyway, so let's play. I will gladly play Time Guesser once. Yeah. So we'll play Time Guesser per Matt Saigai's request. Can I convert to TO cannibalism then? What's TO cannibalism? What does that mean? Invalid axiom. I'm a fool. What does that mean? Invalid axiom. You haven't been. Where have your contributions been, Invalid axiom? What have you been doing? Sitting in the background, just like being an asshole? Like, what are you doing back there? Are you actually helping Invalid axiom? Or are you just being sassy from the back? Okay. Anyway. Right. Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm calm. I'm lashing out wildly. I'm sorry, Sir Bart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Sir Bart. Okay, yes, the nailed God returned from beyond. That's true, okay. Oh, is that a thing? That'd be kind of cool to do guess the video game. I've never heard of that. Let's do this, guys. So we'll do a time limit. We'll do a 7-minute time limit. Okay. You're going to call HR? Okay. Good luck with that, Sir Bartholomew. I know where you live. You want to be fired? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being an ass. Okay, what do we think this is, guys? Where do we think this is? This, oh, God, I don't know. Here are people running. This looks like, what, the 70s or some shit? Look at their hair. I think the 70s or the 80s. Oh, nope. ICA, that looks like, is that Spanish? I cannot tell. Where do we think? Germany? Let me look at their shirts. You can't really see their shirts, can you? Okay, what does this mean? Gotha? Actually, maybe this is... Oh! That does look like it might be Germany, actually. Is there a... What does that say? I can't really tell if that's German, though. It doesn't look that German. It looks a little German. What do we think, guys? Sweden? You think Sweden? Okay, we'll try Sweden. I'll try Sweden. What do we think the 1970s, guys? Do we think the 1970s? Stockholm. It kind of looks like the 1970s, right? 2003. Nah, it's not 2003. Definitely not. Look in the flag in the upper right-hand corner. Is there a flag? I didn't see. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. It is Sweden. I didn't see the flag. It is Sweden. Okay, well, now we know that for sure. Now we have to figure out what date. I think 1970, what? 1975? 1975? Let's try 1978. All right, let's go. Make guess. Okay, we were off by 1 year. We were about 400 kilometers away. It was on the other side of Sweden. But, you know, I think that's as good as we're going to get, right? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That was not bad at all. Okay, we did pretty well, I think, for ourselves there. Oh, it wasn't Gothenburg. I guess you should have. Okay, so that wasn't bad. We didn't do that bad on that. But let's go to the next one, right? Yay, next round. This is multiple languages. That's not going to help much. We have Cyrillic. We have KFC in the background. What the fuck? This is somewhere in your... Oh, well, that's in... Is this Ukraine or Russia? You know what? I wonder if this is Russia in the 1990s. You think Ukraine? Russia? I mean, look at it, though. This might have been during the opening up of Russia, so it would be the 1990s, right? But it could also be Ukraine. Is there any flags or anything anywhere? Or is it Greece, maybe? I don't know. Japan? Oh, come on, Invalid Axiom. Shame on you. All right. You think so? KFC, so after USSR, but are we certain? I don't know. I don't see any evidence. I don't know. This could be anywhere. Like, does anyone here speak Cyrillic or speak Russian or know for a fact that this is Russian and not like Greek or some shit? Belarus, the money she's holding. Oh, yeah, what money? Oh. I'm sorry, that doesn't help. I don't know what kind of money that is. I'm completely ignorant about what kind of currency that is. All right. Belarus, Lenin. Where's Lenin? I don't see Lenin. Is there Lenin? That doesn't look like Lenin to me. That looks like King Charles. I don't know why. Okay. All right, let's just try. I don't know, guys. Let's just guess here. We could say 1990s. But like this color back here, you thought it was Turkish? Really? Nah, I'm going to say, we're going to be deeply wrong about this one. How about this? We're going to say that this is Moscow in 1993. Let's just guess 1994, actually. Let's try that. Everyone ready? Fuck. Duck. What I meant to say, guys, is that we were right about the year. We were off by 1 year, but in fact, it was actually Bulgaria. So we were about almost 2,000 kilometers off there. But hey, at least we were right about it being, thank you, Oxpecker. We were right about it being Europe, at least, Eastern Europe. It was, in fact, Bulgaria. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, again, not really our fault. They really should differentiate their written languages because it's really hard to tell the difference. It's really not our fault. It's a flaw with their written language over there that we can't tell the difference between it. Okay, it's not because anyway, it's not because I'm incompetent and don't know enough or anything. It's because there's something wrong with them. Okay, so let's go on to the next round. All right, this is very old. I can promise you that already. I think we can all agree with that. Oh, I kind of like the view though. So let's see here. This, where are we? Is this Italy or some shit? That looks like an Italian flag back there. What does this say? France? Oh, is it France? Ireland and it's Ireland playing against France. Ireland playing against rugby against France, it looks like. But where? Where are they? Where are they? This is is this 80s? No, okay. This looks like the 1920s, perhaps 1910s. I don't know where though in France it would be. That's the French flag. That's the French flag. So it's probably in France, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's in France. So let's say France. Rugby, I don't think it's the 1940s. I would say it's probably the 1910s or around there. All right. It's just these stockings that this guy has is very. Let's try Paris. Everything's in Paris, right? I don't know. There's nothing else in France except for Paris, right? And some mean guy who hates you because you're a tourist. Other than that, let's try 19. Yeah. So let's try 1915. 1915 Paris. It might be the 1920s. You know what? I'm going to put it up a little bit more. Let's put 1920. Do we really want to do 1920? Well, we'll do 19. No. We'll do 1913. Okay, we'll do 1913. We're a year before World War I. Everyone ready? Let's see. Oh, well, we were only 56 kilometers away, so that's really good. But it was in the 1920s. I was off by a hell of a lot. I should have totally followed what Luke said. Luke, you get a boop, boop, and I should have followed what Atomic said. Boop. All right, this was definitely the later 1920s. Yes, you were right. You were right. So that wasn't bad. But we need to do better on the years, folks. But that wasn't bad. Okay. Yeah, I know, Atomic. Here, I will bonk myself. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay. Now I'm deeply in pain because of you. Thank you. Let's look over here. This is... Well, it's funny. Of course, I would be lucky enough to immediately focus in on a VD clinic. It is not Japan, Matt Saiga. You're a racist. You cannot differentiate between these languages. Shame on you. It is clearly Korea. All right, clearly Korea. And I would suggest it's probably Seoul. Okay, I suggest it is. I think it is Seoul. Okay, it's probably Seoul. I like this tie guy. This guy says, and given the looks of it, it's probably the 1970s or the 1960s. 60s, 70s. Do you think 70s or 60s? Yeah, do you think it's the 1970s? I think it's the 70s. Let's try that. Let's try Seoul 1970s. They might be trying to trick us, though. No, okay, let's try this. 1970? Their outfits are... What... I'm really bad about fashion, guys. I know that's kind of surprising, but they are wearing bell bottoms and shit, and they have the big thick ties. Let's try I'm gonna say try 1969. Let's try that. 1969, Seoul, 1969. 68. Yeah, so would that be 1970? Let's try it. Let's try 1970. Okay. We'll try 1970. Make a guess. Everyone ready? Okay, we were only off by 6 years. It was the 1970s, the late 1970s. And guys, we were only 2 kilometers off. Okay, you know what? I support that. Anyone who said the 1970s gets a boop. Boop, 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 boop. Louise gets a boop, boop. Luke was wrong. Luke, you were wrong. Atomic was wrong. Okay, Matt Saiga, you're the one that wanted us to play this game, and you keep throwing random dates out there. Matt Saiga is like, is it 1352? No, Matt Saiga, it's not 1352. Okay, shame on you. Left turn, Ron. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay, fine. Left turn. Fine. Left turn, you're right. Left turn gets a boot. Boop. All right. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay, let's go on to the next round. This one looks like Iceland, I think. Now, it's difficult because oh wait, nope, it's Norway. So this is hard because without the colors, I can't tell if this is the Icelandic flag, the Norwegian flag. Oh, it says down here. Okay, it's Norway. It's 1906, Norway, Turndersburg. Sorry, that came across as racist. Trondersburg? I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Where the hell is that? So we do know it's 1906. That kind of automatically gives it away. 1906. It says it literally on there. 1906. Oh, wait, what am I doing? 1906. Trendersburg. God, I'm sorry. Where's Brazil when you need her? God. There's Trondheim. We don't want Trondheim. We want whatever that is, Berg. So I don't keep slaughtering this language. Where would that be? Is it like a big city? Is it a small city? I don't know. It's a very long country. If I'm off by a little bit, I'll fuck up everything. Okay. God, I don't know. Anyone know where this city is? Trendersburg. Okay. Right under next to the ocean. What? Under next to the ocean? What do you mean? Anyone know? Take 2 lefts and a right, and then you're the west side. Oh. Over here? Where over here? Oh, right here. Oh, Turnsburg. There we go. Perfect. So we'll do Turnsburg, 1906. Everyone ready? Thank you for that. Left. Let's try this. Okay. So we'll go right in the middle. We could even get closer probably. No, we'll just go right there in the middle of the city. Okay, let's guess. Oh my God, guys. We were only 660 meters away. Brilliant. And we got the exact right date. Oh, we only lost 26 points on that one. Guys, oh my goodness. Final score. You know what? Not bad. I appreciate all of you. Invalid acts, if you just wanted to put 666 in the chat. That wasn't bad. I respect all of you deeply. Thank you for not failing me like you normally do. Thank you for not humiliating this entire community again. All right. Oh, that's true, invalid axiom. I think it's symbolic. Okay. Thank you guys for not being completely embarrassing. All right. So guys, okay. Everyone, invalid axiom. So not today, Atomic, I'm afraid to say. I've got to go eat because Sam be hungry. Okay, Sam be hungry. And Sam need to eat his foo-foo. So I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you, Louise. Yes, I've taught you so well because I've done so much teaching of how to identify the dates and places in photographs, right? Yes, Sam are going eat now. Yes, okay. Guy, I know, I'm sorry, Atomic, but come back, Atomic. Come back, and we shall do it again. Okay, guys, I love you all very much. Had a lovely day. Remember, tomorrow is my day off. I might still stream, but, I might not. So keep an eye out. Please join our Discord, and it'll notify you when I go live, or you can hit the bell icon over on YouTube if you want to be sure of it. I appreciate all of you very much. Everyone ready? You all know what I'm about to say, okay? You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine, guys. Please free Palestine. Dear God, let those demons who are trying to push people off their land and murder them, don't let them get their way. If you don't care enough about the people having their land taken and killed, at least care enough about not letting those demons get their way, those settlers, okay? Just to spite them. Don't let them get their way. Pick a raid. Good point, Oxpecker. Anyone have an idea of who I should raid? Second of all, never stop resisting. One of the ways you should resist is to think for yourselves. Don't always blindly obey an authority figure, okay? Don't blindly obey authority figures. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I'm just a person on the other side of a camera. Okay. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. We're living in a fascist moment in this country and in other countries around the world. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country. We need major reforms. Okay. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Try to develop, guys, some mutual aid networks, as I mentioned earlier. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices today. Some major rights, or they made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Think about Captain Jack. Okay. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, 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 please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I will see you all on Thursday at the latest. Love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. If you're over on Twitch, let me quickly find someone to send you to. Okay, let me quickly find someone to send you to. It should only take a moment. Let's raid, shall we? Let's raid someone to send you to. It should only take you don't need to hear my voice. What's Very Nice TV? What's that? Oh, we already did. Oh, Very Nice TV is making food. That's lovely. I'm worried about like going to her too often, because I feel like I feel like it'd be like me harassing her, because she is a lovely lady, and I have a feeling that a lot of people watch her who probably have a lot of people that watch her probably have somewhat of a crush on her. So I really want to like send her a message and be like, I'm gay. I promise I'm not harassing you. Anyway. All right. She's making lemon pound cake. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I should do that. We should totally do that. I should set goals and then do that. All right. I don't know who to go to. I don't want to repeat it again after so short. Let's see here. I'm just going to look up socialism, or it's socialism or barbarism, as the people are human. Elon Musk. Yeah, I do show you all of that. Who is Thought Slime? Has anyone heard of Thought Slime?
Fisk, he's hunting us. Maybe it's time we started hunting them.
Anyone heard of Thought Slime? Anyone know?
Can you stop him?
Anyone know Thought Slime? If not, it's okay. Like I've heard of them. I don't know. God, there's 52 people watching him. I don't watch their lives though. Okay, we could do Thought Slime, or we could do who else? Okay, let's do this. Thought Slime is okay. Okay, let's just do Thought Slime. Why not? Okay, we'll just do Thought Slime. They look okay. I don't know. They're doing something. Who knows? It's we'll just see. We'll see if you guys like them. If not, whatever, it happens. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do. I've heard of getting slimed. Ew. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just do raid. Raid. I don't even know. Okay, again, I take no responsibility for this, folks. I have no idea who this person is. If they end up being a monster, I blame all of you. It's not my fault that I sent you here, okay? Raid. Okay, we'll do raid Thought Slime. Okay, paste raid Thought Slime. Yay. Okay. We'll do Thought Slime. Everyone ready? Go. Raid. Hey. Oh, god damn it. They don't allow raids. Okay, we'll do whoever that person you're mentioning is. They're that other Ospecker, because you always give us good ones. Yeah, boo. Okay, fine. We'll do Audra Reigns. I don't know who that is. Whatever. I trust you. Audra Reigns. Boop. Okay, guys. Raid is being created. Go ahead and get in there, guys. Get in there. Go fight. Fight with jesting and humor and anti-fascism. Okay. Yeah. Go fight. Fight Audra Reigns. Okay. Everyone ready? Y'all ready to go? Everyone ready? Go out, my minions. Okay, you're not really my minions, but okay, here you go. Bye-bye. Have fun. Yay, Audra Reigns. Yay. Okay. Yep. Okay, guys. Everyone else who's watching, you have a lovely rest of your day. Love you very much. Have a good rest of your day.